he's slayed. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what he'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slayed. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what he'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slayed. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what he'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slayed. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, 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 Go7.
What? Starflash, you don't like the song? It's a great song. Oh. Search was first. And then Fluffy said no one will see it. And then people said they saw it. Well, there you go. All hail the king of the penguins. Probably some weirdo. It does last. First for about 5 hours. That's true. Look at that. 9:55 was when it was commented. That's very first. Can't believe Starflash doesn't like the theme song. It's so good. Okay, I didn't get any new... Well, I did receive some submissions between the two streams, but I didn't have any new submitters. And I'm currently on vacation, so none of my games ended. We do start with a 42 game. Sadly, 42 is not here because I think they're at work. But... okay, smaller. Hello, hello. The backlog. I know. I have to fight it. It is very populated. I'm in a battle for my life against it. Your game that you sent is not even on the backlog. Is it not? Yeah, it is. Or did I not? 1 second. I might not have updated the backlog since last I made the... Oh, okay, here, I'll add it on. It was on the official backlog. There you go. If you refresh, it'll be on there now. Oh, true. Is Humida on there twice? Humida might be on there twice. Didn't send that one. Oh, okay, okay. Row, fight the backlog. Let's have Sasha face to the right. Looking good. Haven't seen too many games on this map yet. I think we only covered one really big one. Just multi-box the replay viewer? I don't know what that means. I'm becoming too popular. I have yet to ever run out of replays. I do have some replays kept away just in case I ever run out that I can cover. It was only the AWBW game I covered. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I have replays just in case I somehow ever run out. Kind of simple map, but effective. It does the job. Yeah, I don't know who made this. It looks very Weege, or not. Well, it kind of looks like a combination of Weege style and oh my gosh, what's the guy's name? The one who doesn't like property chains. Wiquido, exactly. It's like a combination of Weege and Wiquido. Because it's like super open, like Weege. It's actually almost just like Weege was copying Wiquido's map design. Except for this stuff. I don't think Wiquido would do this stuff. But all of the properties, there's no property chains. They're all 4 away from each other. Which I think the idea is to make it so that there's multiple possibilities for your opening, with like where you want to go for your captures instead of being guided by the map with the capture chains. But what really happens is that it just becomes really frustrating for the players because there's no guidance on what they should do, and they do, and then they end up pretty much having the same capture phase anyway. Yeah, there's the lab puddle. Because you're still going to, rather than letting the map guide you with its capture chains, you're just going to start moving towards the contested areas. So, I don't like that part of it, but I understand the idea behind it. But yeah, this has 3 production facilities in the back here. For some reason, this harbor is just garbage. I don't know why this harbor is locked by shoals. Not that you'd ever want to build a battleship or something, but to put the harbor back there and then to do that seems weird. How does the T-copter rush work here? I think it probably works decently for Sasha. I mean, you just pick up, go here after you drop off the base, so it's not a super rush. That's true. All the forests are pretty good for artillery. You can build a carrier to defend your HQ. What? Oh, if you could, I see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, this harbor can build boats and go over here if they really want to. Yeah, this one, weird to me. I guess it's just there to refuel your black boat. You can build a carrier to lock your own airport. Yeah! Both of these airports are lockable. I guess this harbor is here just in case your opponent goes for a very fast T-copter and somehow manages to make it past your bases. They have a very threatening place to build carriers and or battleships. That would lock this base, or lock 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Just this airport. They'd have to capture this harbor. They want to lock this one too. I mean, they'll have to get vision. I'm assuming if they can make it over here that they can get vision. Is there a reason to not make it a city instead? I mean, there's no reason for it to be a city. There's no reason for it to be a harbor. I mean, there is a slight reason for it to be a harbor, and that it's a place you can refuel your black boat. But being a city and being a harbor makes pretty much no difference. Oh, it does nerf Kindle. That's true. We can open this up though. We got Sturm versus Sasha. I would think Sturm is going to be really good on this map because it's got really wonky capture phases with kind of spread out awkwardly amongst these fronts. So the recon pressure should be pretty nasty. The thing that Sasha's got going for her is that she'll have the extra funds to have more copters if she wants. Or just like tech up in general to beat up Sturm. But yeah, I would imagine some really fast recons out of Sturm will be a big hassle to deal with. There's none of these safe. I mean, there's some fairly safe properties, but a lot of these properties are just not safe or really connected. Look how long it takes to get captures going. I don't think... Yeah, it doesn't look like there's a real advantage being able to walk over these mountains. But there will definitely be a vehicle advantage. Ooh, we have a fancy property skip. Okay, no recons though. This would have been the turn. Maybe even last turn or this turn would have been the turn to start building recons. In order to put the hurt on our poor Sasha player. I think we're gonna go for the airport. I would delay the airport and get some recons. Oh, going straight for a tank. Well, this is not how I would recommend playing Sturm, because once the game gets to the point that the players are teching up, Sturm is going to be disadvantaged in comparison to Sasha. She's just going to have stronger tech, more teched up units, or either more quantity or more in teched up units than Sturm, and his stats won't necessarily help that much in those fights. So I would much prefer to have a very early and aggressive recon attack to leverage Sturm's perfect movement, which will then help you out economically, because you'll be, of course, harassing their economy. The Sasha player decides to use 2 infantry over here, which is fine. It makes it a little bit awkward for this guy, but it's okay. We have a tank. So yeah, I would prefer if Sturm had recons. Like this turn, the recons could be harassing this guy, they could be harassing over here, they could even be harassing over here, maybe waiting on the property or something. And it also gives you a lot of information about what your opponent's doing. Where in this case, we're just gonna have a little tank brawl. And while Sturm's tanks are pretty beefy, they're not going to necessarily outperform other COs in tank fights. Okay, there we go. So I like the triple recon buy. I would have just flipped this, so it would be recons way earlier, and then you can follow them up with tanks if you'd like to. Just because tanks recons are more effective the earlier they get into the fight, and it's not like Sturm recons die easily, so they often will survive even if they get into an encounter with a tank, and then they can just run away and be vision. But now, the dreaded double tanks can actually ward off the Sturm recons very effectively. So these are going to be more about vision rather than the harassment potential at this point. We do have a battlecopter from Sturm. No battlecopter from Sasha, which is pretty surprising. We do have quite a bit of money for Sasha available. We might see some early tech ups. No, we see double tank and float 6k. That's floating a lot. If Sturm wants to beat up opposing tanks, I'd usually say using indirects is going to be invaluable because Sturm both has an easier time getting those indirects into like forests and very forward forests to have a good reach over the battlefield, and also has a very easy time blocking for said indirects. And because indirects have such a sad Sturm moment right there, and because indirects have a really high base damage, they still perform really effectively, even with Sturm's minus 20% to attack. Here you go. Get the 8-7. Nice Sturm moments. Ooh, I like this. The Sasha player traps in the Sturm tank, making it vulnerable to being picked off next turn. I think 42 will be able to free this tank with the recon and full health infantry to kill this off, since there is some chip and there will be a comm tower next turn. For Sturm, and very nicely 42 is set up to prevent the comm tower from Sasha, who has now really gone into just base vehicle spam, which can be really risky to do because, especially against Sturm, who's so known for being able to harass infantry, if you don't have any infantry coming in for reinforcements, you can kind of get wiped on an entire front and then be able to make no progress for a really long time. Okay, nice first strike. Nice recon harassment as well, trying to prevent the city capture. I like it. Pester the tank. We'll have some nice battlecopter support. At this point, I would think about getting I'd either get like triple artillery or I'd get a rocket. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess it would go to here then. If I built a rocket here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. You can chill out in this forest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 has a pretty good range. Or you could be more aggressive with it and put it like here. Oh no, it's attacking before the comm tower. Oh, that hurts. That is unfortunate. Could have still saved the tank, but decides to let it go. It happens. We have anti-air. Oh, wow. It's the exact same buy between Sasha and Sturm. Okay. Usually as Sturm, I prefer to not get too many of these light tanks. I either go with the indirects because of the higher base damage, or I go for the tech ups for the higher base damage. As you can see, the Sturm tank brawls are not, with just the base tanks, are not super scary in comparison to many other COs. They're just really durable. So to kind of like offset that, I would highly recommend going for those tech ups. Oh. Okay, there it goes. This was a bit of a mistake from Sasha. Should definitely have hit with this tank and then use this tank to finish it off. At this point, it's actually going to be able to potentially escape, or at least retreat towards some reinforcements. Bam. Very nice. cleared the comm tower and is going to be able to capture it too, which is every Sturm's dream, is to get at least 2 comm towers, because then you fight at the normal 100% firepower. Which for many other COs is like, ugh, it's barely anything. But for Sturm, it's a big deal. Do you have the medium tanks? So there we go. We have a nice tech up. Oftentimes I skip the medium tank because I don't think it has quite enough firepower. But it's still going to be able to fight tanks all day, every day. In fact, both players went for the medium tank. Okay. I'm not quite sure what's going on with this tank. It really should have just ran back towards some reinforcements. You can see that because there's been no infantry reinforcements for this side, there's only these 3 injured ones left. So pretty soon, Sasha's going to be unable to capture anything ever over here. And when these properties get threatened by Sturm's own infantry, it's going to have to be vehicles that go for those interrupts. It's going to be very dangerous because that exposes them to counterattacks. And over here, a nice find by Sasha to find this tank, kill off this tank, kill off this infantry. So when this kind of thing happens and you just kind of lose this front, I would recommend preserving your infantry and any units you can till reinforcements can arrive, rather than kind of letting your guys get picked off by the standing army. You want to preserve as much as possible for your eventual pushback. Even if you're completely basically routed in the area and they're capturing your cities, like they're capturing this city, you're not capable of preventing it. So what you do instead is you just retreat with your infantry as far as you can, and then once this army moves on, or you have enough stuff to take it back, you now have the infantry needed to take your city back. Which is a tough call to make, because you don't really want to let your opponent take your stuff. Okay, I agree with Sasha here. Fall back. You're losing the front. You have, there we go, comm tower right away. Very aggressive, charging on in. Oh, almost got the kill. I don't know if that's possible without a comm tower, but it must be possible. It's not on a city. It's probably just a road. Okay. So like here, like this infantry is really exposing itself. I would much prefer if these guys just retreated. The anti-air also exposed itself going for this city. It is covered by a medium tank, so it's not so bad. But I would prefer if these infantry were kept alive, much like what this guy's doing. How'd the copter see the tank? Looks like a recon got trapped on it. Traps are often not registered until in the replay viewer until the turn ends. But yeah, that's a good question. Sturm versus Killjoy. That's true. Sasha has not used the power, which is pretty weird. The anti-air gets hit. Infantry's gonna get taken out. Also gonna get messed with. Oh, we live at 1. Okay, down goes the copter. Recon gets beat up. Okay, like these infantry, I don't like. These infantry are kind of doing what 42's infantry did over here. But they kind of charged in, and they're going to delay these captures. In this case, they're just going to delay them a single turn, and then they'll die, and there'll just be no infantry for this front. Well, we have a market crash at the end of the turn. Is the classic move. In this case, it looks like it could have done the market crash earlier and just enjoyed the stats, because it's not like all of the charge got wiped out. Ooh, floating 12k? No copters built. So this is probably with the intention of floating some money to completely wipe 42's bar. a good idea. Yeah, keeping the unit count alive is very important, especially on maps where you have these really awkward capture phases and long reinforcement distances. Medium tank gets a nice kill, and then just fall back with everything else that isn't a medium tank, pretty much. You can see this infantry gets taken out. As does this one. Ooh, attacking right in front of this medium tank, no fear. Okay. Yeah, like this, don't do this. You need to do stuff like this. You need to run back and preserve those units. A copter on the way. Okay, lots of anti-airs. 42 does not want to be caught unprepared, which I would agree with. It's surprising to me that Sasha has not built any air to fight on this front, for instance. Okay, infantry gets taken out over here. Down goes this anti-air. Down goes that infantry. Down goes this infantry. And the city starts being captured again. So that delayed this property for like the capture on it for like 3 turns, but it lost an anti-air, it lost 2 infantry. So the amount of money that you like saved is going to end up being negative by delaying this property. And then also, of course, you went down in count. I know Sasha's doing the fabled don't build any air, and then your opponent's anti-airs mean nothing. Got the market crash. Very nicely done. So, had the lighter builds on the previous turn to have more money for the market crash this turn, which was a really good call. And that also means you can do some big buys here. We got medium tank, and artillery, sure. Medium tanks are kind of annoying for Sturm to deal with if there's no indirects being used. Oh, we do have... Okay, here we go. We do have some artillery on the way. Oof. Anti-air goes in again. That's the kind of situation where you just send the medium tank alone. Because you know there's a ton of tanks over here. They just killed your stuff right there. So no reason to give up the anti-air. Oh. Sasha going in for a capture on the comm tower. Very gutsy. There goes the anti-air. You hate to see it. Anything follow up? There's artillery follow up. For the most part, Sasha's kind of retreating here. Probably would prefer to start front switching if there's no real way to deal with the medium tank. The tank is taken out. And, oh, the first copter. Looking good. Medium tank just goes for a strike there. Sure. That's not so bad then, because he's just like trading an anti-air for a tank. Medium tank is getting some nice value for Sturm. Looks like this infantry got trapped on the black boat. Lots of battlecopters coming out for Sturm now. Okay. But Sturm battlecopters are pretty nice because they don't take very much chip damage, which is something that can kind of wear copters down very quickly. But I would prefer more focus on some tech ups for like rockets, or even to like mega tanks if things are dying down. Because mega tanks, of course, overkill pretty much everything normally, which for Sturm means to just kill everything. And that's something very valuable for Sturm. Oh, the anti-air unable to kill the Sturm copter. That's surprising. That must have been a low roll. I know there's no comm tower, but still. Okay. Alright, Sasha's moving over here to try and take this. Make sure that the comm tower gets taken. you can see that the main struggle that Sasha's running into with this whole debacle over this comm tower is just not having the ability to actually capture it. Like, there's enough stuff here to win it. But yeah, you have to get an infantry because the infantry count got so shaken by the conflict. Stormcopters. Lots of use of anti-airs to dive in very riskily. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess it is out of range of the tanks. Oh, the lab is captured as a show of dominance. Ooh, there's a nice black boat to repair this copter at, which is good. Hey, heal it on up. Another copter's built. Really focusing on the unit count for Sturm. I do like all of the infantry. Yeah, 38 to 34. Over Sasha is, of course, doing really well in that unit value department. Yeah. Sasha must have been pretty convinced that Sturm wouldn't be able to get the power, but the floating of the money is really good to help keep it down. All the tanks dive in over here. Very nice. The recon's revealing it, and then we're gonna have a medium tank to fight the medium tank. So a really good attack over here. And then Sasha will be able to trap this anti-air in here effectively. It won't be able to move out of range of the other vehicles. Such a good, very good power management from the Sasha player, as you can see. The combination of managing how much money you save between the turns so that you have enough charge to actually wipe their entire power bank. I do need to watch the Mario movie. Maybe I'll try and do that this week. I can see myself fighting Bowser. We have a bomber from Sasha, which is pretty good. Sturm can't really kill bombers in one hit, unlike other COs, and the bomber will be able to deal very nice damage to Sturm's units. I have a feeling that 42 is not watching the replay, because I'm pretty sure a lot of these guys should have already been known about. You wouldn't want to send your recon into that. Very nice repair on the battlecopter. There's no anti-air over here for Sasha, so these copters, all three of these copters, are just going to completely win this front, which is really good. And the artillery's here, locking this city as well. Oh, that's right, there was an anti-air, and it dove in on this copter. There we go, we got the fast rocket. Well, not really a fast rocket, but we have the rocket, which will be fast because it's Sturm. Okay, so things are looking suddenly a lot better over here for Sturm, thanks to the copters being introduced the front. A little low on the infantry count, but it's okay because there's a lot of them right over here that can walk right over. Over here, on the other hand, I'm expecting to see some pretty nasty attacks. I guess the copter won't be able to get involved, which will help keep this stuff alive, and maybe it will be able to just kind of run away, slink off into the shadows. Lots of air starting to be introduced for Sasha now. The Sturm copter's extra defense wasn't enough to keep it alive there. Wow. It did have the medium tank dive in here, which is really daring when there's all these copters around. And the artillery is also ready. Bam, bam. Nice. Comes the rocket as well. Copter just kills off the medium tank, and then this one goes up and hits the artillery. I'm assuming a tank's going to hit this infantry then. No. Nothing's going to hit the infantry. Interesting. So, this is a kind of... I do like this kind of move. Ideally, you do hit it to interrupt it, but I do like these kinds of moves where you let them take the city, but then you win the fight, and then you just take the city right back. But in this case, it was probably better to just hit the infantry with the medium tank because the artillery doesn't have a target. But I do like these kind of moves in general. As long as you're very confident that you're going to win the fight. Lots of recons. Very good. Okay, gets the city. Tanks keep fighting. There's no... Oh, there's been like 3 or 4 anti-airs over here, but there's none of them right now. So whoa. It wasn't to hit the medium tank with the tank. So once this bomber shows up, it's going to be a big problem. Sturm tank surviving. The nice thing about Sturm's 20% defense is that it's a flat 20%, so that does not scale with the health unlike terrain stars. So this tank right here has 21% defense because at 1%. It's got 20% from being Sturm, and it's getting 1% from the planes because a terrain star gives you 10% defense, and that's multiplied by your fractional health. So if you're at 1, you're multiplying that by 0.1. Or 1 over 10. And that's how you get to 21% defense. But because of the Sturm, how much that 20% defense matters, especially at these lower HP, it's going to make it harder to get these pickoffs with the infantry. Market crash. Oh, this time there wasn't enough money saved up between the turns, so there's a tiny bit of charge left for Sturm. And it's true, Sasha still has no comp tower. Okay. Well, we do have a copter that's made its way up here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We might see an all-out attack to go after these infantry. Artillery shot. It's the medium tank. I guess it's trying to hide the copter up here. In goes the anti-airs. I can understand wanting to preserve the comm tower advantage. There's a slight, it's not really a slight, it's a pretty big mistake, but it's just a mistake in ordering. So if you're going to use an infantry to attack this, you want to use this one, because it's of course further away, and because it can't start the capture where this one can. Ooh, that's a great scout with this 1 health tank. It doesn't get the kill, but it spots the bomber, which is really good intel. Now an anti-air can get built right away, rather than the turn after the bomber strikes. Rocket's nice and hidden. The rocket could probably have been a little bit more aggressive. It is a Sturm rocket after all. If you wanted to like rotate this tank over here and then put the rocket on this city, but it's also fine to go here. I think the idea is to make it to this forest. And in both cases, they make it there. Never mind, the tank's going on in. Okay, so things are looking pretty good for really kind of both players, actually, in their own ways. My thirst for comm towers is unquenchable. I do tend to go for the comm towers as of late. Well, now the infantry placement by 42 is like looks very big brain because it can't be hit since Sasha actually dropped the mech on top of the comm tower, which is the only tile I could hit from the ground. Okay, anti-air comes in, takes out that copter. This bomber is going to... I think there's probably a slight mistake here. I think the bomber should go kill a 9 health tank. And then you can use the battlecopter to kill the 4 health. Or maybe it wouldn't kill. Maybe that's why. 4 health with the 7 health tank. Or the copter and the 7 health tank killing the medium tank. I think it's fine. Give the market crash. Rope. So really good use of market crash throughout this whole game. 42 keeps getting so close for reaching that Sturm power, just never quite able to. Sneaky with the artillery. This is definitely the time to fall back once that bomber gets introduced. And then all of these infantry should really come join the party. For some reason, they're just kind of standing here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm not sure why there's 6 infantry just doing nothing. They should come over here and join the fight. Oh, no second AA. Oh my gosh, that is very gutsy. If you're dealing with a bomber, you need 2 anti-airs because bombers can attack anti-airs effectively. They outrange. They outmove them. Okay. Sasha diving on in here. Does get to see all these other copters and the anti-air. What does the bomber do? It might front shift and hide out over here. So this is a little bit daring for the Sasha. It just didn't quite have the vision to know what was over there. But we have a nice setup with these indirects and the copters and the anti-air. 42's gonna have a nice turn next turn. Infantry gets taken out. Comm tower still under 42's control. Would really like to get the Sturm normal power right now, but I don't think it's happening. Down goes the battlecopter. Get a little bit more vision, sure. Finish that capture. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the anti-air can hit the battlecopter. I think it might have been better. It can hit the battlecopter, but it has to stand on the comm tower. I think it might have been better to keep the battlecopter off into the corner, because then you get to have that really annoying situation where, unless they have something sitting here, they can't let you come in and harass. Otherwise, they have to step off the comm tower. Getcha. Nice 1 health unit getting a really good scout. There you go. Even Sturm rocket. Is that kill? Oh, this is a Sturm rocket with 2 comm towers. I don't know what's going on with these that I can't approve of that attack when you see 2 anti-airs right there. They are covered by the rocket, but they're not covered by anything else. Recon comes in for some harassment. Down goes another infantry. It's getting very difficult for Sasha to ever take this comm tower. That is, unless you're trying to reveal the infantry, that is the worst movement possible. Okay, I'm still not sure what's up with these infantry, and this one too. Oh, they have decided it's time to actually join the game. They've started marching forward. Okay, anti-air gets taken out. Hate to see it. Artillery gets hit. Down goes the copter. 42, I think, accepts all of these losses because as long as the comm tower doesn't fall, all is well. Okay. Anti-air gets to dive in here. The anti-air dying over here is really sad for 42 because this copter just got revealed. Okay. Lose a copter and lose another copter. This will make a lot of charge for 42. Wow, that bomber has no fear. It should have a lot of fear because just last turn this anti-air killed a copter. Okay, we have the market crash. Doesn't quite get everything, and there's going to be a lot of damage done this turn. Don't know if Sturm will be able to get to the power though. But we got some big attacks coming in here. Does Sasha's normal power cost as much? Probably not quite, but we're getting there. Okay, take out this anti-air. Another rocket. Yeah, I'm telling you, Sturm rockets, they're very good. They zip on over. Okay, kill the anti-air. Just get this nice hit on the bomber. Oh, we're so close. Got the anti-air. Kill off an infantry. Kill off an infantry. Looks like 42 might not get there. Might have to sacrifice, or not sacrifice, but go for some negative trades with the vehicles over here. Could also just not worry about it and instead just fight, which is totally fine. Looks like 42 is taking the approach of, well, eventually I'll be able to use my power no matter what I do. So I won't try and push it. The normal power for Sasha right now costs 39k in comparison to the 54k for Sturm. So getting there. And what's happening there is every time you use a power, the cost of your power goes up by 20% based on the base amount. So eventually, with a max of costing triple the normal amount. So eventually, okay, so 54k is the max that Sasha's normal power can cost. So it could eventually cost as much as a Sturm normal power. Hey Talos. Brutal fight. Down goes the artillery. The rocket's still nice and safe in these woods though. I don't think there was enough money saved up this time in order to wipe this bar all the way. So it's going to be a little bit of residual, yeah. But still, this has been 23 turns and no Sturm power. I know. The Sturm infantry haven't really coordinated with a front, which is really unfortunate, but they could catch Sasha by surprise if they suddenly start capturing all three of these properties. Rocket decided to shoot the capping infantry. Okay. Sure. I mean, there was this tank here, but I don't think 42's watching the replay, so you wouldn't know that. Whoa, the infantry are setting themselves up to go for these captures. in the back. Very sneaky. Okay, we have a breakthrough over here. Be able to kill off this artillery. Heal up tanks. Fall back. The comm tower is still nice and secure under 42's control. I mean, this fight is getting closer and closer to the base of 42. Which is what we call an overextension. However, Sasha is very close to being able to take this comm tower. We'll probably see if this infantry moves here, 42 can block with the black boat. We do have a transport copter built. This is why you don't want to lose all your infantry. You get into these really weird situations where you're like, I'm winning the fight, but there's nothing I can do. Got spotted. I thought that was out of vision range. Can I just not count? Oh, I just can't count. That's what happens. Yeah, that was not great. That's okay. I'm getting overwhelmed. Rocket should be fine. The bombers survived at 1. Ammo at. It's got 3 more shots. We have another market crash. Got everything pretty much. Sasha has been doing a very good job at the power management. Oh, did Sasha's black boat run out of fuel? Oh no. Whoa, we have the mega tank. So both Sasha... Well, I would say Sturm's got the better mega tank. Oh, wow. What a scout. Sasha's got the easier time affording a mega tank, but Sturm has a way better mega tank. It benefits more from the increased defense and it doesn't get slowed down by forests. We have a bomber. Bombers are like not... I mean, they're not the worst, but they're really not the best at taking out mega tanks. It pretty much comes down to... You can either just ignore the mega tank because it's going to take forever to do anything, or you can build a mega tank of your own, or you can rely more on neo tanks and your low health units to drain away its ammo. Yeah, this mega tank buy, it's not great. It's gonna take a very long time to do anything. We do have this property being captured by the sneaky infantry. Rocket value, you can hit this medium tank. There we go. Get some more recons for Sasha. Saved up a lot of money. We're at 46k for the normal power. Almost there. Sturm should be able to get the power this turn though. Kills. Really good pickoffs over here. This rocket's gotten a lot of value. It's down to 1 ammo. We do have the potential to see a Sturm power, which I think would hit... Ooh, I think it would just hit the mega tank. If we don't see a Sturm power, then 42 is being a big joker. Okay, we do see it. Ooh, it did hit over here. Wow. I guess this is a little bit 9,000, 7,000, 16,000. Okay, yeah, that's more. That's not so bad. Not hitting the mega tank is pretty much ideal because the mega tank won't really do anything. Hitting a front line's really nice. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's no way for 42 to stop the capture. Sasha's finally done it. At this point, 42 would probably just go take the HQ, though. We have another mega tank. Well, that's going to hurt the reinforcements everywhere. There goes the copter. Copter's going to get beat up by luck rolls. Maybe. Yeah, too. Probably at that point, you could just surround it and let the anti-air kill him next turn. Although that is assuming the anti-air lives. Okay. I mean, the bomber and the artillery, they do have their sights on this black boat. Can just go take the HQ for sure. Okay. The tank survives the mega tank. It is now in range of doing something. Potentially. Artillery gets hit. Oof. The anti-air tries to go in to hit the artillery. I really don't like diving in on artillery on fog, on cities. This rocket's going to get another good attack. The comm tower has been captured, though. Sasha's got to be happy about that. Sasha has had enough. Mega tank revealed. Again? I think it was already seen. Oh. This mega tank is going to get to potentially kill a tank. Now, mega tanks, the rocket's like here to, I think, defend against the mega tank. But mega tanks are very resistant to indirects, so you don't usually want to try and rely on those. Very scary. Bomber hits the tank. Now in range to potentially start working on this black boat. Trying to build... Why did he try to build a defensive wall against the 3 health anti-air? Okay. Big tank on its way. Yeah, usually the answer is you either get the mega tank of your own, or you just drain the ammo and use medium tanks and neo tanks to kill the mega tanks. They do only have 3 ammo. Kabam! They do one-shot tanks like that very nicely, even on cities. Okay. Scooting on forward. Sasha does save up 14k to wipe the Sturm power bank next turn. Did do 2 damage. Oh, okay. The mega tank's down to 1 ammo. Down to 0 ammo. Now all it has is its little machine gun to fire back with. It's not very threatening. Although it's threatening to infantry. There's an artillery shot, another rocket shot. I'm very happy with these Sturm rockets. pick on this poor mega tank. Sturm's really close to getting that normal power again. Zoom! Recon in the nice forest and gets to see everything over here. Oh, the bomber, though, is going to be really sad. I'm actually really surprised that bomber dove in there, because there's nothing here to kill off this 3 health anti-air as is. You don't really want to, because you're gonna heal up to 5. You don't really want a 5 health anti-air to take a chunk out of your bomber. Okay. It might have been that 42 was just trying to get to the power, though. Oh, Mega Tank's still able to kill off the recon. Bomber gets chunked. Bomber is taken out. The rocket has been so good. It's barely out of vision. With the market crash, even with saving some money last turn, the repairs, I think, took too much out, so that didn't quite wipe 42 out of charge. You have an APC. Makes sense. Try and keep the mega tanks stocked and ready to go. Okay, well, this mega tank's gonna die now. Or it might get ignored at 2 HP. We'll see. Just going in for the luck rolls there. And now this comm tower is being threatened again. Oh, this mega tank. It's on the roads, but it is withstanding all the luck rolls, staying at 2 HP. 42 starts falling back over here. I mean, this rocket is potentially in danger. It is a Sturm rocket on a city, though. That's 50% defense. So it's not as easy to kill off as others. Bam. Bam. This capture has been prevented. Although, Sturm will probably join cap this next turn. Oh, does see the rocket, and there you can see Sturm rockets very durable. Even it is an 8 health medium tank. But it's still a medium tank, only does 4 damage. Ooh, very daring to charge in here. But I guess the rocket's already got plenty of targets, as is. If it wants to attack. Oh, Sasha's going for the lab. Oh. That was it. That was Sasha's 10th power? That was the 10th power. So, Sasha's power will no longer go up in cost. It is as high as it will get. 54,000 funds in her charge. Oh, the rocket finishes off the mega tank. Nice jump on this medium tank. Drops it down to 2. We'll see if this rocket decides to retreat to a forest, or if it tries to stand and fight. This mega tank is going to get to kill this medium tank from 42. Down goes the infantry that was standing on the comm tower, so that's now vulnerable to being captured again. You would join cap, a very tiny one. Really wants to kill off the... He does decide to stay here. Very risky. I guess... Well, it'll probably get killed off by the copter and the tank over here. The mega tank will kill the medium tank for sure. The coordination of this base has been kind of a sore spot for 42 throughout this entire game. It really needs to like go over here to help with these kind of fights and be blockers. Oh no. Rest in peace, Rocket. It was the recon. Rest in peace, Rocket. It did such a good job. They knew the second mega existed. Okay. Recon coming in here. This artillery still able to defend this property. And the lab has been, the capture has been prevented. Oh, down to 2. Or down to 3. Does get stopped there. We do have the market crash. Doesn't go up and... Oh, it was showing it going up. It shouldn't, though. It should stay at 54k. We'll see. The rumor says they're still on it. Yeah. The Sturm infantry killed a 2 HP tank on the counter-strike? Really? Oh, you're right. Damn, that's a low too. And took no damage too. That's a hero infantry right there. Okay. Take it down forward. Recon unable to follow in this infantry's footsteps, cannot kill the anti-air. That's okay. Well, compound's gonna start being captured soon. Very threatening force moving in kind of towards this base, I guess. A French shift over to take the HQ seems like it would be a good idea. You have the Neo tank. Looks good. Could also just save up for a mega tank if you want. This does have 2 shots left, and there aren't that many vehicles left on this front for 42 to actually sacrifice them easily and drain all the ammo. Although it's down to 1 ammo now. The APC. Oh, the APC is here to save it. Back up to 3. Okay. Also, almost. Oh, it isn't. It's in range to go after the black boat, and mega tanks do hit black boats pretty hard. Well, the Neo doesn't fight. I mean, the Neo hits megas pretty hard. They don't fight them one-on-one. You use the other stuff to drain the ammo, and then the Neo can bully the mega. Infantry was healing in there. Okay. That doesn't work anymore. They changed that. Okay. Really start... Yeah. I would just go take the HQ with my inclination here. Looks like 42 wants to try and take this base. It has no fear, apparently, of this force moving in on the HQ. That would be my first worry. I'd probably build some more rockets to Sturm at this point, and like camp out in like this forest and defend over here and that kind of thing. Artillery does get found out. Here we go. Bam. Mega tank hit for 4 against a Sturm black boat on an HQ. Booting on down here. Very scary. This surely will bring a lot of alarm bells for 42. Ooh, we have a stealth from Sasha. Stealth probably would have been a better choice over the mega tanks. Although on this map they're not super great because they do have to fly for a very long time. You could build a stealth and put it on your HQ. Yeah, it's still, yeah. It's remaining at the 54k cost, which is apparently too much for Sasha to reach this turn. So 42 is going to get the normal power, and it does look like it's got some pretty juicy targets over here. Okay, you have the bomber being brought over. Blackfoot really wants to just scoot over a single tile to reveal this tank. Wow, Sasha did not try and defend the space, so this can not quite get locked. Ooh, the copter goes and sits on the airport. Now this guy has to be deleted if Sasha wants to build anything over here to stop this from being taken. I assume some infantry can start walking up this way then. What? Okay. Very weird to not send at least one infantry to go take the base. Tries to get in position to defend this HQ. The mech with a T-copter coming on over with the bomber. Looking holdable. There's only a 5 health anti-air currently in the region. Okay. Mega tank gets refueled and comes on down. Very hard at this point for 42 to kill this off now, because there's not that many units left to drain its ammo. We do have a bomber neo tank potential strike. I don't think you can actually get the 2 hits. It'll probably just be a bomber strike and then a neo kills a tank or something. Ooh. T-copter block. And good. 42 didn't use the power last turn for some reason. That means that Sasha can drain it. 3 bars left. We do have... Delete the infantry to then build a mech. Sure. 42 can get double comm tower this turn. Really wants to hit that T-copter though for some reason. Oh, to let the bomber hit the mech tank. I gotcha. Take it. There we go. On down. It's the mega tank. This is why. I mean, bombers are they're decent against mega tanks, but they don't, Did 42 not have the power? Oh, 42 didn't have the power. Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, and we have the fighter. Okay, I think the idea with the fighter is to sit on the HQ because it makes it there in one turn. Unfortunately for Sasha, it's also going to be a blind counter to the stealth. And here we go. We start having some pressure on Sasha's own HQ. I'm not sure why 42 decided to engage the mech. Could just leave it. Okay. So Sasha has maybe some setup here to get a guaranteed HQ cap, because there is full health infantry in range. Just has to wall the HQ effectively. That's not looking like a very effective wall to me currently. Yeah, we have some full health tanks in the way. Alright. That's looking much more effective. There is the problem, however, of that this is a giant cluster of units, and Sturm is very close to the power. Deleted the mech. Maybe that's why the anti-air attack was to generate charge. This is going to be a very scary Sturm meteor. There's also nothing here to stop Sturm from the HQ cap. So the meteor just has to... Yeah, the meteor just has to stall for one turn. And I think it's going to be able to do that. He's thinking about it, setting up his own defenses. You just have to make sure that you don't go for like some really sketchy attacks that would stop the meteor from targeting here because it doesn't want to hit your own guys. That's why the bomber's going to go over here and hit something rather than fly into this group. It actually landed directly on the capturing infantry. That did a solid 32,000 in funds damage. And then the Neo tank killed off the Mega. That should be GG. Sturm Meteor coming to the aid of Sturm. Yeah, there's nothing. Even if Sturm didn't have any walls around this HQ, there's nothing in range to actually hit it. That's GG day 36. I think 42 could probably have taken this HQ way earlier. But that was a very nice Sturm meteor. It's hard to see a meteor that's better than that one. Good win for Rachel, exactly. You got to see the Neo tank finish off the Mega. We kind of got this. This was actually a really good showcase of like bad megas and good megas. If the mega has support, then it's a good mega. So they can't just get drained of all their ammo surrounded and killed, which is what happens to the one over here. Like this mega was a real threat. Learn to not just throw dudes into the grinder. Now that's easier said than done. The replays are sent to me on the Discord. And now we have Ilesed playing Von Bolt versus Haadrak playing Hawke. Fast game, tier 1. Looks like it was a live game on the map for JEgl. Yeah, you can send your own replay in, no worries. The each person gets their first replay with priority. So it'll be shown on the next replay stream. Check the link in the review. Good old... Oh, how can I forget it? Coville. Yeah. Doobly-doo. I think this is sent in by Ilesed. Could have been sent in by Haadrak. So this map looks mighty familiar. This is Spring in General with a different name. Is there any difference to it? I don't see any difference between this map and Spring in general. I'm sure there is one. Because they do have a different name. Uno Hundo. Plagiarism. I mean, both maps I assume are made by Ilesed, so it's self-plagiarism. But yeah, I think this is. I'll quickly bring up Spring in general, and we will see if there's any difference. That looks exactly the same. Yeah, that's just the same map. At least had like 5 versions with test games going on. Gotcha. Okay, so we've got Von Bolt versus Hawke. I would suspect that Von Bolt will kind of crush Hawke because this is mixed base. And so the fighting will start really early with low-tech units. Because mixed base tends to have really close together fronts. So the power of Hawke will take a long time to start mattering or start impacting the game. And Von Bolt can usually bully some properties out of it first. The bases are different. Here with the city, here behind the mountain. Here with the city, here behind the mountain. Here behind the... Oh, here behind the mountain. Here with the city. No, it's the same. Base is different. Is it over here that I'm missing? On the right? Oh! It's this. They got moved over. It's like, is it just a smaller map? No, you're right. Yeah. The situation over here is different. Very similar. Okay, there's a little bit of difference on this on the very sides here. Okay. We'll see how Ilesed decides to play. Not quite their map, but almost the exact, almost their map. I believe they really like to try and control the center in mixed base. Haadrak is going for a very early property skip there. This map and the current Spring in General map both have a vulnerability. It has an LVJD lock. An LVJD lock is where you have either like usually pipes, could be rivers or something, separating two fronts, but they're really close together with property placements, so you can just put an artillery very safely on your side and deny the opponent their property. This is something that LVJD was known for on the map Brush with Death, so much so that he did it against Starflash like on day 5, and Starflash just resigned the game. At least I think that was Starflash. Could have been Witty. Wow. Haadrak is delaying this property capture a really long time. I wouldn't recommend that. Getting this airport fast, I don't think is going to matter. Okay. And then delaying going for the like, I don't like this. You'd want to go, like you can go here early, but you'd want to walk around here to get this nice property chain that sets you up to contest these more central properties as well. So delaying that is a little iffy to me. You have to walk across. There we go. Ilesed does go over here and then moves this infantry up here, which will force Haadrak to walk across to stop this guy from doing stuff. Although, looks like it can actually reach the comm tower, which I don't think is something it can do. Is that something you can do in the original? Or not the original, but the current one? 1, 2, 3. Oh, it can. Okay. I guess you can, if you walk over here, you can still contest that. I don't like Ilesed going for this property first. I think this one makes a lot more sense because it's the easier one to potentially harass. And once you have this one, you can backtrack to get your own harbor. Haadrak going for this early airport. And basically, if you wanted to do the LVJD lock, you would build your artillery the turn they finish their harbor capture. And then if they move to here or anywhere in this region to make it to you'd build your artillery here. And if they move to any of these spots, you then move your artillery right here behind your airport, and you're now denying the city for as long as you want. And at the same time, you can also then use it to shoot this pipe seam down, which will be really scary because this is a lone central base that's already having to deal with potentially a double base attacking it. And then you would be unlocking your airport and your other base here to attack from the back. So, just something to keep in mind there. Haadrak decided not to contest the infantry very wisely. The same thing could have been done over here. Although, delaying this property for so long is really iffy to me. Okay, we have the tank built here. I would prefer, in this situation, to have the tank built back here, because infantry from here walk directly over this mountain and they're like on this front, which is the front that you want to pressure down more easily than this one that's going to have an airport protecting it and all that stuff. Why isn't the LVG lock the meta then? It might be, but they can be surprisingly hard to spot if you don't have experience with it. Looks like Ilesed was thinking about going for it, but went a day late on the artillery buy there. The LVJD lock not being meta on Brush with Death was because LVJD went for it really fast, but other people were still. Yeah, so in mixed base, so if we're talking about the middle of a map, this is really common in Fog of War for like a rule of thumb, is that you want to have control over the middle. And the middle is a really nice thing to have control over because that kind of determines how you can move stuff between fronts. But just sending your stuff to the middle won't... Like, you send stuff to the middle and you control the middle so that you can go to other places. If you just send your stuff to the middle and then you just have the middle, that doesn't matter because it's just two cities that you're controlling there. If while you're going to the middle, they're actually like obtaining objectives and creating threats, then you have to then leave the middle to deal with those threats. And that's what the idea about this kind of thing is, and attacking over here and all that stuff. So in this case, if you went into the middle, the idea with going into the middle would probably be to then either protect your vulnerable one base or to attack theirs. But if you went into the middle and while you were going into the middle, they just take your one base, then you're in a lot of trouble. And the same is true in Fog of War. The nice thing about having the middle is that it means that you can go to the other places. But if you just decide to camp in the middle and you don't move because you're like, the middle is really valuable, then you'll probably end up losing because while you're doing that, your opponent can, fight in the other places. But anyway, that's why the control of the middle is a rule of thumb for both mixed base and Fog of War, is because that's the area that can control the most traffic, and you can go to any other area from the middle. You just have to make sure that you don't just camp in the middle. And I'm just saying that because a lot of people do that. They just go into the middle, they're like, aha, I now own the middle. This is what I've been told is really good to have. And then they'll just have no pressure anywhere because their army's sitting here rather than actually fighting at any of the objectives. Okay, Haadrak is building artillery in the tank. This is kind of threatening to take this pipe team out. Yeah. You attack up here. This is very scary mech. Usually mechs can be somewhat soft countered by infantry. But not when there's nothing but 2 health infantry. So what's happened here is Haadrak has a very lone base, and its infantry have been trying to contest properties, and that is a no-no. It is a big no-no to use your lone base's infantry to try and contest properties against a double base. You will just get overwhelmed. Once these infantry are gone, you will no longer be able to protect anything. It can feel really awkward, but like this comm tower, you don't go in and attack that. You just let them have it. Yeah, if you have mid control, you can then leave the middle to attack the sides. That's correct. But if you go take the middle and then just sit in the middle, you will lose. Well, I mean, you won't necessarily lose, but you will probably lose. Okay, so Ilesed decided to use the artillery to push down this way, which I'm not a huge fan of. I would much prefer if it was being used to pressure this pipe seam. The problem here is that it's very easy for a base to defend against another single base. It's very difficult for a base to defend against triple base airport. You can kind of take this base purely through pressure. Where if you go down here, you're just going to get locked up in fights. The Discord link doesn't work for you? For the Advanced Wars by Web Discord? It should work. Do you have a Discord? It looks like both players decided to contest these comm towers. I don't think that's a great idea. It's going to cost your infantry on your one base side. That hurts a lot. And this base, if it wants to, if it's really feeling pressure on this comm tower, it can build a tank and cover that in a single turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The Discord link also doesn't work for you. I'll quickly check that out. It might have expired. Let's see. Invite invalid. Oh, you know what happened? That invite link requires a certain number of boosts, and I think the in between the time of me making that link, there was a drop in the number of boosts on the Discord, and then they came back up, but then the replay link wasn't vitalized, so I'll just make a new one. Because that's like a special invite link. Okay. If you refresh the video, it should have a link that works. It just won't be the fancy one. Okay. Again, I'm not a huge fan of the artillery going up this way. It's gonna be tough to fight into this. These two bases are really close to each other too, so they have a very easy time covering for each other. This is that's a fancy move. Okay. So the idea here is it's going to it's a trade of infantry where this artillery can kill this infantry, this artillery can kill this infantry, but it stops this capture from happening. So that's why it would be positive for Haadrak. That's very fancy. At least can do some stuff, can use this infantry to kill this one off, and then have the artillery walk up and then continue capturing, which is like a Go7 move, but isn't necessarily a good one. Okay, I do like all these guys running away, but they have to run away in this situation for Haadrak. I think they just made their buys somewhere where they shouldn't have before. I'm not quite sure what they bought. Looks like it was a battlecopter. You kind of need to build a tank to defend all of this. So you can retreat and then be covered by a tank. Otherwise, those are all really vulnerable to being harassed. Although the idea might be that the Ilesed is going to attack down here. I don't think Ilesed is going to attack down here. Might as well just go for some nice free kills while then also threatening space. Never mind, Ilesed decides to attack down here. I would go for the free kills while also attacking this base. These tanks weren't going to really accomplish anything other than overextend themselves even closer to this base. They're not really threatening this infantry. You can build a tank to defend it in one turn. Although I guess this artillery would be getting grouchy about it. At least decide to just charge forward and hit the artillery, sure. Looks good to me. There we go. Have the tank defend the infantry. In this case, though, there isn't actually anything really threatening currently, so you don't have to build a tank here. Personally, I would prefer not to build a tank here, just because if I build a tank here, it's forcing my opponent to respond with a tank here, and I don't really want to get that fight going while there's also a battlecopter on its way. But at least I might be thinking that instead of trying to kill off this one base, you might be thinking they can take down the two base, which is a much harder task, but is definitely possible. Hi. Especially because Haadrak is going to be behind in the economy, having never gone for these. Ooh. Aggressively going for this lab. Now this is a double lab map, so you do have to take both of Ilesed's labs to win. Falls back away from the tanks. They're very scary. I'm telling you, you really don't want to attack into double base situations. They can match you very easily, vehicle for your one base, and then they have all of these infantry to get in the way and threaten your properties and all that stuff. Okay. Haadrak does build the tank, match the tank. Ooh, and float 7k. That's a pretty big amount of money to float. Copter comes in here to find a nice free hit, and then also gets to take the lab for free. So they're just going to have a little swapperoo there. Have the anti-air built. Okay, you can see the harassment coming in on this one base, and it had to build a copter, or it had to build an anti-air because this copter could have attacked it, and now it's getting progressively overrun. This would be a lot easier for Ilesed to do if it had broken this pipe seam. Which with this mech, they probably should have tagged this once on its way, and then the artillery could kill this in 2 turns. Because if you kill this if you use the artillery to kill this in 2 turns, then you build a tank here, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, even worse, you can build a medium tank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is a very nasty surprise. So you would move the artillery here, or maybe here, and then on the next turn you fire, and on the turn that you fired, you would build a medium tank, and on the following turn you fire to break the pipe seam, and the medium tank is to move, and that's oftentimes a big shocker, because even when you see it coming, your brain's constantly like, it's okay, the medium tank has to go down here, the medium tank has to go down here, and then on the turn they break the pipe seam, the medium tank says, no, I don't have to go down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I'm now in range of hitting your base. Have fun with that. And that's why that kind of stuff is really scary. Even when you see it coming, you're constantly like having to manually correct yourself. Like, no, that medium tank isn't walking down here. It's gonna rush my base. But that's anyway. That's what I would recommend doing with the artillery, and why you'd want to hit this with a mech on the previous turn, so that the artillery could kill it in 2 shots when you have a comm tower. Or just the plus 10% that both Hawke and Von Bolt have in this matchup. All of the extra infantry over here, trying to get protected. Although none of these infantry are actually being protected by this anti-air. But I don't think you'd really want, unless you were willing to really calculate this out, you wouldn't want to dive your copter in here of fear of getting surrounded. Yeah, instead it swings back over here, and all of these infantry get gobbled up. This is how easy it is to suddenly lose a 1 base. This became a lot easier for Ilesed because these infantry decided to fight earlier on. When you have full health infantry, they can't just gobble them up like this, and you can use them for walls and actually protect your 1 base very nicely. Okay. So one of the big ways that you'll win in a mixed-based game is that you pressure one place and then you strike somewhere else. So that's exactly what Ilesed did with this copter. First it came over here. And, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It came over here, and it was here. And it had an anti-air get built over here. And then it came down here, and it didn't attack on this infantry, which then made an anti-air get built over here. And then it comes back over here. So it's, you pressure one place, force a response, then you go somewhere else, where they now have to create a new response over there. And you just end up creating these unequal situations where suddenly you can take out an entire base or start taking a bunch of cities. And the units that got built to counter you are kind of stranded without as much of a great target. So like down here, it's not as good to build tanks here because this pipe seam is still here, so you can't have multiple threats. If you break this pipe seam, then it's a great place to build tanks, because now you can go over here, or even on buy, you're already being pretty scary on this base, so then they have to like build a tank in response, and then you have another place you can go up here and hit. Ilesed came down here for a little bit to have some conflict, and then just move over and hit a different section. That's how you kind of get a lot of advantage in mixed base, is forcing over investment, or like investments in one area and hit another area. This is going to be really annoying. So, Ilesed is trying to base lock this base so that the anti-air has to strike from the base itself in order to kill this copter. And that is going to be a really bad situation for Haadrak, because this medium tank will have to, it'll get healed up and it'll have to like move back onto this harbor, for instance. And then the anti-air steps here to kill this copter. And now you can't build anything, and your mega tank, or your medium tank's behind. So now there's just an anti-air sitting on the base, and that's something that is very easy to kill off with the tanks. So then the tanks kill off the anti-air, and then you can just put like this infantry to start capturing the base, and then this medium tank is stranded behind, having to like fight infantry as best it can until like the artillery shows up. So it's like a 2-turn or 3-turn plan to take out the base, and it's very effective, and it's going to work really well on bases that have this very constrained terrain. So if you have a very open layout for a base, they're very hard to take out. But when they have like just 2 tiles that the other tiles can't reach, the base becomes very, very weak. Now these infantry will get killed off. Because they're going to be separated from the vehicles. Unless you're talking about these guys coming up. Like, this base is kind of hosed already. Unless you're thinking medium tank goes here, anti-air kills this copter, and then infantry goes here. More like 4 to 5 turns before it's lost. Well, it's not going to get taken. It's not going to be captured in 2 turns, but it's going to be blocked in 2 turns. There might be enough infantry here to delay that for like 1 more turn, but the setup here is to get the anti-air sitting on the base, and then you have 2 tanks to kill it. And then that opens up the base for you then to stand on it. In this case, it's probably going to be stand on by a copter. Ooh, this is a pretty daring attack. There is this anti-air, but we have a nice wall being set up by Haadrak. I mean, you'll see it. I'm pretty sure Ilesed is going to do it. Ooh. This is the other thing you can do, of course. You can have the medium tank just decide to stay here. That just means that the copter doesn't die. But that will stop the base from being stood on, because there isn't the artillery in the area yet. So instead, what's going to happen is that this anti-air is going to be killed, and then the copters will swarm the base. And now you're in a nasty situation, because if you ever build an anti-air, they just kill it and stand on the base, and it's not like the medium tank really wants to fight the 2 copters. And now there's an artillery staring at it. The AA, yeah, I mean, the AA didn't have to move out. It could have hid back here. It still sets up the same situation where the anti-air, like these copters stand here, the medium tank has to get off the base if the anti-air wants to hit them, and then the anti-air can be killed off, and then the base just gets stood on. It's you're just doomed at this point, basically. You can build like a mega tank, so that it's harder to kill it. The base, well, you could build something from the harbors to try and save it. Just ignore the 3 health tank trying to come down here and cover this entire. Okay. So like over here, these units aren't really doing much. They could, though. They could have like broken this pipe seam and then killed this base off even faster. Cruiser. Carrier, let's go! Yeah, Haadrak doesn't quite have the funds for that. A battleship will have problems because it'll get swarmed by all the bopters, but you have the black wave. Elise is probably regretting not killing these two things off. That was a pretty good. That's a pretty good black wave. As far as black waves go, held like 4,000 funds and dealt like almost 20,000. Impressive. Of course, you don't really like to do black waves because the black storm costs less per charge, or does more damage per charge. And when you're using your normal power, of course, it will increase the cost of your next power. You'll be able to sub the counter the carrier. No, if they built the carrier from this harbor, you can't do that. Oh, Haadrak built the pipe runner and resigned. Yeah. That's fair. What's going to happen next turn is I'm not 100% sure where it's probably going to land here. The Von Bolt Super and all of the copters and the artillery are just going to might survive, maybe, but it's still a doomed base. There's nothing to do, no way to save it. And that's the same in Spring in general. This one base is really, really vulnerable, so you need to preserve your units as best you can so it can actually put up a fight and get rescued by other stuff. Or you can just kill theirs faster. It's kind of a damage race in that regard. But you can, because it's a mixed base, you don't have to go into a damage race situation. You can force them to build in other places and then switch around. You do. And the middle is going to be a place that you can try and control in order to go through it and either try and save your one base, which is going to be tough because even if the middle is completely free, it's a really long journey, as we saw here, to actually go and save your one base. Or you can have your own one base try and be aggressive towards theirs, which is probably a little bit of overkill because you already have triple base and airport able to dive onto theirs. But yeah. Yeah, going for the lab captures will be tough, but you could potentially do that. Sammy would have an easier time going for it. GG. Alrighty. Next we have Zoronius. I might have mistyped this other person's name. Nope, no, they are indeed capital J, capital E on the map. And just what are we doing here? Oh, it's this map. I'm, once my vacation is over, which is, I think, within the week, I will be playing this map against Talos. So, we'll see how that goes. I'll get some nice pointers from this game, I'm sure. We have Olaf against JEgl. I never realized that there's a pre-owned harbor on this map. That's such a weird thing. Okay. I like how they provide you a shoal so you could transport between these two places if you really wanted to. So we have JEgl versus Olaf. There's a whole bunch of different routes to make it to this base. And there's a comment on this map from Walker that says you can go for the base skip, which I assume means finishing this capture before moving on to this base. He says it's viable. Now, as for whether or not that is actually viable, I'm not super sold on, because this base does have quite a few captures that it's responsible for. So delaying all of those captures in order to get the city a turn earlier seems very dubious to me. You'd have to get a lot out of the slightly earlier vehicle. If you get a T-copter back there, the T-copter can block on the mountain while you cap the harbor for a battleship lock. That's true. If you could aggressively get a T-copter all the way down here, it can sit on this mountain, and you could capture the harbor. But, you know what they could do is just build since it's a pre-owned harbor, no matter how fast you go for it, they could always build a black boat to defend it. Now this is a double comm tower map, by the way, because you have one that's really safe in the corner, and then two that are also really safe, but in the center. They're really safe because look how close this base is to it. Infantry on by protect captures. Or interrupt captures. I'm not quite sure why the players went with Olaf and JEgl. We do have a double airport situation up in the top left corner, so that might be the idea with JEgl. And I have seen that games can kind of stall here, so maybe that's why they decided to go with both JEgl and Olaf, who are both pretty effective in stalling situations. But with double comm tower, I would expect both Max and Sammy to gain some viability, because they both unlock some nice one-hit KOs when they have a double comm tower. And of course, Sammy with double comm tower can use her normal power to have her vehicles actually get that 20% firepower as well, or just with her any power active. Yeah, so JEgl, both players are kind of rushing for these double airports, which makes a lot of sense to me. These give funds, and it's another production facility. Interesting choice to have almost every property within one turn of a base/airport. That true? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is it just these ones? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Whoa. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Okay. Are these the only two properties that are not within the range of a vehicle from a production facility? That's what it looks like. That is very silly. Even the comm tower can be threatened. I can see why that would cause games to kind of stall. If you can defend almost every property on by. That also makes you want to capture this airport first over this one, because if you have this one first, then you can potentially deny this property with a copter buy, where a copter buy from this airport doesn't actually stop this property. Yeah, I did not see that, but that's a very good observation there in Kakar. Okay. Your thinking was to go for the mid-game grind and leverage Ardennes against Max. And then they picked JEgl. I gotcha. I mean, this one base looks very vulnerable. It's kind of open to on this side, which helps. But if you attack this base, I don't know how, with some like anti-air support, I guess, I don't know how on earth you protect your 2 labs. You didn't like seeing JEgl. Is this an extra turn of walking? Go to here. 1, 2, 3. That's the same number of turns. Oh, you went down from here. Well, you just don't go here. You can just walk down here first if you want. There's no rush to go for this capture. I mean, it doesn't look like a map that favors early aggression at all. Especially since everything's within defense of a base. That basically, what that means, and why that's going to stall, probably, is that means every time that you're trying to go for a city, you're immediately overextending. Because all of the properties are giving someone the reinforcement advantage. Stilts are allowed for extra fun. You have the copters being built by the JEgl player, which makes sense. Oh, no fear for some reason. The infantry goes for this capture. Zoronius with no fear. I mean, this anti-air 1, 2, 3 is nowhere close to defending this. So it might be the idea is just to occupy this copter. Yeah, Sammy's not banned. JEgl seems strong. Oh, JEgl going straight for the lab. Now this is an interesting choice for Zoronius. You can just let them take the lab because, of course, you do have 2, or you can just finish this capture. Yeah, nice copter harassment. The artillery gets to fire on the central infantry. This artillery, in just 1 turn, is able to lock the central property, which looks really annoying. And at this point, if I was JEgl, I'd be like, man, I wish I was Max, so I could very easily bust through this kind of thing. Okay, we have more JEgl copters being built. I'm not sure why this infantry went for this capture. I might have just not seen the copter. And the fallback, it stays alive, so that's what matters. Back up. Artillery covers everything very nicely. It is indeed the choice of just finish the capture. JEgl is actually really far behind in the capture game currently, because this is at 20k to 16k, and JEgl is only capturing 1 property right now. Am I saying Sammy is the Grim of Fog? Sammy's basically the Grim of Fog. Because Grim is better in Fog. For the most part. Wow, look at that. Zoronius, it was all a bluff, and Zoronius called it. I'm not sure why his infantry didn't finish capturing the lab, because it's still gonna die to the copter infantry strike just over here. Okay, I didn't even notice that JEgl completely dove in the center here, which was really risky to me. It is going to get this property, I guess. So here, reach? No, not even close. So here you have a choice with this artillery, if you want to shoot their artillery or if you want to shoot their tank so that you can clear the city and then strike from it. I would probably just clear the city. It's fine to shoot their artillery though. I think that their tanks will have an easier time breaking through your artillery if you don't take them out. But we'll see how this goes down. You'll make it for the game, that's good. You will never get near Global League. Yeah, tournament maps tend to be really wonky. Steeler, is your recommendation to Smurf when you play on this map? Or just don't play games? It's basically Smurf. The less sketchy Smurf. I just won't play very many games, so the few games I do play will be against opponents that I outclass. In that case, then yeah, it's very rare for games to stall when there's a huge skill gap. Yeah, okay, we have a big old breakthrough here. The artillery gets knocked down to 5. It's knocked down to 1. Yeah, I'm feeling like it would be better to kill off the tank rather than shoot the artillery. So this is a really scary attack from JEgl here. This medium tank will get involved, which is nice. At the same time, Zoronius is getting really close to just taking the labs and winning. Something JEgl needs to keep in mind is that at any point, Zoronius can just snap their fingers and make it snow, and then nothing here is going to be able to reach and save these labs. So it's very scary over here. I don't know if JEgl quite realizes how scary it is right now. So we can attack in here. Just goes for the blizzard now. Which seems a little iffy to me. Must be trying to keep the copter alive or something. Does go for the captures. Tries to kill off. Does kill off the tank. Well, I guess this guy's already threatening to go for this capture. How much power did Zoronius have left for the blizzard? Okay, that's not very much. There's no threat of the double blizzard that then take the labs. Well, I mean, there's still a threat of it because you can do like mass sacrifices. Looks like JEgl player has recognized the threat. Does build the copter here. His infantry desperately trying to surround this poor artillery. Yeah, I'm not super sold on that blizzard, but I could be missing something. Zoronius does decide to just finish this capture, so no super sneaky lab approach there. Give a nice surround on this tank. I like it. Get freed by this copter, but now there's an anti-air. Okay. A nice breakthrough to kill this artillery, so that's nice. Not sure why the anti-air moved here. Over just killing this infantry. I guess it doesn't want to be hit. Look, it's hit by the Eagle anti-air. Okay, maybe block it off. Okay, I think this is in an effort to stop Eagle from getting a lightning strike, except this does offer this copter an anti-air to hit, which is really bad. And this anti-air can hit these tanks. I don't know. So Eagle can get lightning strike here. The question is the lightning strike any good? Because there's 2 copter sacrifices available, which will basically get them there. They don't. It doesn't look like they have an amazing lightning strike. They can get the tank to hit here, but I don't think they're going to do it. Because it is a lightning strike with 2 copter sacrifices. Potentially. Might be able to do it with just 1 copter sacrifice. Staying here with the tank is such a gutsy move. I guess it has to stay here in order to protect this copter from this anti-air. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The medium tank can't reach it. There's 1 mech strike. I guess it's fine. I mean, it'll probably end up getting killed, but I don't think it can be killed off without the anti-air getting involved. Okay. Well, now Eric's gonna go in here. Try and kill off this tank. Need 1 more infantry strike. Moving up onto the road. This seems really iffy to me. I'm not quite sure. Okay, we have another blizzard. Rest in peace, medium tank. Okay, well, you get the double shot in the medium tank. There's no copter follow-up. It does look very awkward for this copter because it can't get away from the anti-air due to the snow. Unless lightning strike gets used, which would then have to be used in the snow. Which is not what it would like to do, for sure. But if Eagle can just kind of survive the turn, then they'll have a really nice advantage. Looks like they're not lightning striking. Okay, so that's a very large power deficit. But Zoronius does still have an income advantage after all of this. So as long as... And the medium tank only got knocked down to 6, which really isn't that bad. So as long as Zoronius can keep the Eagle unit count down and making all of these lightning strikes look kind of ugly, then it can still work out despite the power difference. There's really not much for Eagle over here. There's also like very few infantry for Zoronius over here. These are the only ones that can threaten to capture stuff. They'd love to be capturing right now. Very tense, for sure. That's true, Zoronius' anti-air didn't go for the copter. That's probably because it doesn't kill the copter. At 8 health and then it dies to the medium tank. Zoronius does attack into here. We had anti-air was kind of forced to be built. This is almost like mixed base tactics. Except it's attacking into the double base. Whoa. It's the anti-air. Okay. That property. These eagle units are... I mean, this... I think this basically forces a lightning strike. Because you can't really afford to just hit this copter and then let your base get taken out. Or maybe you can if you're eagle and you're just building up more stuff for your lightning strike. It's eagle after all. Does kill the copter. Okay, we have the rocket by. Artillery comes up. I assume the medium. Okay, so we're gonna have a lightning strike to kill off these units. I am not 100% sure about the lightning strike attacking up here. I guess with this copter coming along as well, Zoronius will be down to just one anti-air to deal with all these copters. But there's a lot of mechs to ward off this tank. It's a lot of copters. Alright, we have the lightning strike. That... Oh, this tank can't die. It's actually gonna live. Okay, so all those units got taken out. A bunch of mechs are getting taken out. Okay. I mean, this anti-air is covering this stuff. Artillery is going to survive the day. We might see these units wrap around the copters. So, like, this anti-air comes in and kills a copter, and then the other units keep them trapped in here. It almost gave Zoronius a Winter Fury. But honestly, after a lightning strike, it's not that bad of a situation when you're even in unit count. Back. It looks like Zoronius is not going to go for the surround. Yeah, even on units and up in funds, just below in unit value. But the Winter Fury is coming, so this is... It's been very scrappy, but it's looking like a pretty good game for Olaf. Almost capable of even taking this central comm tower thanks to the snow. Actually, the snow doesn't stop it. That's right. Because this is shoal and forest, and snow doesn't affect any of these. Only rain would stop vehicles, but it wouldn't stop infantry. Yeah, I think the rocket was not a great buy. I think that being a medium tank would probably be better. But if the game stalls out, then the rocket would be a pretty good buy. Okay, we have the Winter Fury. Kablam. Help with the unit value difference. Also delays this capture some more. Attack into here. Rest in peace. Rocket, we knew you well. pretty sure the infantry doesn't get slowed by the forest. I know vehicles don't get slowed by the forest and snow. Didn't have the money for the medium tank. Down with the copter. It did only move to there, so maybe it is actually slowed through forest. I'd have to look at the snow and what it does again. It doesn't slow vehicles, at least. It does slow infantry. Okay. Just to be inconsistent through the movement ranges. Blizzard for base cap. It's true, because you can clear it and then stand on it. And if you block this tile, maybe blizzards do slow infantry through forest because they stop infantry from walking on the mountains. Plan. Well, that also gets the base. These guys just can't reach, so very nice. And over here we have a solid attack. Sadly, the anti-air has to shoot the tank rather than any of the 3 copters. But it is what it is. It's still a really scary attack from Zoronius down here. Eagle's going to lose this base, and probably that will be GG. You can see this is another one of those bases that's really weak because it's surrounded by terrain. There's actually only one tile to attack with a vehicle that isn't an indirect or a flyer. Down with the copter. Ooh, we're gonna go for a lightning strike to try and save the base. I don't think even with a lightning strike you can save the base, though. This might just be the GG attack, though. This is looking like a GG attack. Yeah. Lightning drive. GG. Wow, that was a really scrappy game. And that artillery lock position is a 2-day travel. Dang. Yeah. That's pretty nasty. Well played. That was a very scrappy game. The double blizzard. I was not convinced on the first blizzard. I think the second blizzard definitely seemed to work out. I guess this protects this copter. That's good. It guarantees the tank kill on the bottom right. Okay. I mean, it worked. It worked out. GG for sure. Yeah, I mean, well, it definitely broke the stall by pretty much having one player attack in the middle and the other one attack on the sides. He really hates stall. I do too. Oh, we have a game that I'm gonna have to go onto the site for. Folder. What? That's not a good map. That's not a good folder size. This is actually here. It's such a small folder. here. Rename it. Upload. Okay. Hopefully that works. Hey, success. Well, actually, optimize that. This up here. And I'm gonna have to switch to this. I guess I'll do this. Quick transition. And I can go to this. Hey! Here we are. Back on the site. We've got one of the Quack Cup 2 matches, which is why I had to go onto the site for this, because as you saw in the replay viewer, it doesn't actually show. Yeah. Fancy art. Won't let me get to any bigger than this. There we go. Go like that. It doesn't show the date. Well, it shows it there. Okay. So we've got Xaroo, Disobeyed, with Max Kindle, playing against Black Mage 55 with Nell, Jess. These are both off picks because they're not Von Bolt. This is the first map. I did zoom out. There we go. This is the first map in the Quack Cup 2, which is all based around Shadows Chase You Endlessly and having different tile sets. You're big again, yep. So this is a tile set from Wargroove, another turn-based tactics game. Also no Black Boat on Labs. Oh, does Kindle hate stall that much? I would say Kindle doesn't super hate it, but she tends to favor the early aggression for sure. Okay, so this is a tag game, which means that you pick 2 COs, and then at the end of each of your turns, you can choose to switch which CO you have in front. The CO in front, you get their day-to-day, and you can activate their powers, and they gain 100% of the charge you normally do. The CO in back gains 50% of the charge that the CO in front does. For some reason, the second CO's power bar is invisible, but it looks like I can mouse over it. It is showing Urban Blight. So we'll just go on into it here. Oh, there we go. Xaroo swap. Oh, it revealed it. So Xaroo swapped from Max to Kindle in front at the end of the turn. And Black Mage is playing as Nell, Jess, so we'll probably be having Nell in front for the majority, and then swapping to Jess just to activate those powers, those Jess powers, and then swapping back to Nell would be what I would expect. This is, of course, a tournament, so they get to be much more loose with the maps, as you can see, and also the COs you can pick and the formats in comparison to Global League, which tends to be much more strict with making sure there's no jank. People might not have ever seen Nell. Nell has day-to-day of 10% more luck possibility. So instead of having 0 to 9%, or 0 to 9 extra luck points of damage, she has 0 to 19, which can be a big deal. Picking Jess of the Black Boat never sinks. Maybe. And then her powers will increase that range even further. I think it goes up to 0 to 59 when she uses Lucky Star, and then 0 to like 99 maybe, I don't quite remember, with Lady Luck. Now there's a few Luxios in the game. Actually, I can just click on Nell. You can check. And, oh, I was right. 0 to 59 and 0 to 99 when you use her powers. Okay, there's a few different Luxios in the game. They're all pretty much banned except for Sonya from Global League due to not wanting to deal with the consistency problems. And Nell is considered the strongest of them. Rachel's not banned. Rachel's not Luxio. Nell's considered the strongest of them. Both Jugger and Flak have a range that goes into the negative. So instead of 0... Well, actually, I can show that off, I guess. The same way. Where are you? Oh, Flak. There we go. You can see Flak is -9 to +24. And the way that actually gets calculated is it rolls a 0 to 9 die and subtracts that from the roll of a 0 to 24 die. So on average-ish, Flak is going to have +15 as his luck roll. If we're looking at Nell, she's going to have average-ish around 10. Kind of like the halfway point between these two. But Nell's is going to be more randomized because it's not two opposing rolls rolling against each other, and so they get closer and closer to that average more often than not. Where hers is just going to be a very varied range. Is it chat's blocking that? Okay, I can go to the chat. Yeah, -9 to +24%. Well, it's probably not quite an average of 15. I might be doing a little too much, but it's going to be averaging positive. It might be 15. I didn't divide by 2. Averaging +7, you think? Maybe. And then Jugger over here has the same average as Flak, but has larger, an average of 8.5. Okay. It has the same range as Flak, but has or average, and it has higher ends with a -14 and then +29. But more often than not, it's going to be closer to the average because these are opposing rolls. Where Nell has no opposing rolls, it's just a single roll. You'll see what you get. So Nell is less consistent in play than Flak and Jugger, despite having a narrower possible range. Sounds OP. I mean, they're good. So, anyway, because Nell doesn't have that negative luck, she's going to give you the expectation when you're playing her that she can actually achieve these high ends, but she's going to let you down. And not necessarily because her luck rolls are like really bad. They're obviously really good. Look at the potential you could do. You could basically one-shot anything. But because she doesn't have that negative part to her rolls, you feel like she's going to perform really well, but she's just as likely to perform pretty mediocre. When you're playing as Flak and Jugger, you look at these ranges and you expect them to just be bad. And that makes you feel a lot better when you're playing. Because really, oftentimes they're not going to be bad. They're going to perform pretty well, and every time that happens, you're going to be like, "Oh my gosh, I got a really good roll." And then every time you get a low roll, you're like, "Well, that's what I expected." And that attitude change helps when you're playing these COs a lot. I'm telling you, it feels awful to play as Nell, because I think purely because of this, because it's only a positive roll, it makes you feel like she's going to perform really well, and she just lets you down every time. I don't know what's going to happen in this game, but that's just something to keep in mind from my experience. Okay. You did kill a 10 HP infantry with a 7 HP mech as Nell once? There you go. I mean, that's going to happen. You can do that same thing with the other ones too. Okay, so with these Lexios, yeah, you can. She only gets like 5 more on the higher range than JEgl does with the super. Yeah, it's reduced by 30%. Just like all your other damage. So when you're playing these Lexios, one of the things to keep in mind is that you really want to leverage having higher luck and being able to use your unit count to overcome unit value. Basically, if someone comes at you with even a mega tank, you can threaten to just kill that with infantry. It's not very likely that you'll kill it with infantry, but your opponent does have to respect the ability that you can. So, whenever you're in these really unfortunate unit matchups with your Lexios, you should always keep in mind that you can threaten those units in ways that other COs can't. Not that you want to go for those. When you go for luck rolls with your Lexios, you want the max number of rolls possible. You don't want to be like, oh, I have an infantry, it can hit a mega tank, I should go hit that mega tank. Even with your super, you might not want to do that. If you have 2 infantry that can hit that mega tank, now you're talking. You're like, oh, I have 2 chances to hit it. With your super, you'd probably go for it with the single one as well, but just because it's a mega tank. But if it was like a normal tank, you might not want to, because you are leaving yourself up to the roll gods and just having a single chance at it, and that's going to hurt. The main targets that you're going to have with your infantry are going to be vehicles on roads, so they don't have defense, offsetting your luck chance, and battle copters in particular. So on this map, Nell will have that going for her, is that oftentimes players are getting bullied by these early battle copters. And that's something that Nell can potentially threaten with just infantry rather than having to rely purely on anti-air. The other thing to keep in mind is when you are using the Lexios to fight in these vehicle battles, you don't want to lead with your bad matchup fighters. So if they have a medium tank and you have a medium tank, and they have a medium tank and some infantry, you have a medium tank and some infantry, you want your medium tank to hit theirs first, even though you can see like the possible value of your infantry just completely killing their medium tank. You want to maximize the number of rolls you can do with taking the minimum number of damage. So if the medium tank hits their medium tank and it like knocks it down to 5 or 4, then now suddenly you can attack that pretty freely with your infantry without having very big negative repercussions from that counterattack, because it's kind of been injured and your infantry can finish it off. If you're like, I want to try and get that max value, and that medium tank is at 10 health, and you start attacking that with infantry before using your vehicle to hit it. When you're failing those rolls, you'll just completely lose those infantry, and you can't afford to be going down in unit count with your Luxio. So it's a very delicate little balance. Can Xaroo... I haven't really been talking about the game except for the fact that Xaroo went for this early battlecopter, and it's very strong on this map. Although it's a weird to move it back this direction, because it's moving towards his own area here, unless it's trying to threaten this. Usually you would move down this way, so you're threatening this front, and then you're also like threatening here. That's fine. Can Xaroo get 3 comm towers? Possibly. There's this one that's being captured, there's this one being captured, and then this one Xaroo seems to be moving towards. It's not the huge deal to get triple comm tower, because it's just day 6. So getting the early comm towers ends up costing you in other captures that you could have been going for, and there isn't that much fighting happening yet. So you can get into really awkward situations where you get like triple comm tower, and then your opponent just comes over with an army and takes it from you. This moved away from the anti-air. Oh, they built an anti-air over here in response to the battlecopter. You can still move down here. But no, it makes sense to go over here. It still threatens over here in this. Soon to be 1 B-copter forces 3 anti-air. Yeah, that's the strength of B-copter buys. Because, yeah, anti-air gets built over here to stop the battlecopter from attacking. This one was built over here to prevent it from moving down here, I guess. That worked out. And then this copter can still attack up here, and it's going to force an anti-air buy from that base. That's using some of that mixed base tactics, or tactics, I guess, for what I was talking about earlier, where you can threaten one place, strike another place to get your advantages. Whoa. That's very scary. Double comm tower. I think that's still a roll. Double comm tower max, one-shotting an infantry on the plains. Nell is falling behind in captures, too. It's a little awkward. I'm not quite sure. Oh, what happened there? I think Nell picked up the infantry with this black boat and then tried to go for this comm tower, and it looks like Xaroo snuffed that out, and that really slowed down Black Mage's own capture phase over here. And then also rushed for this comm tower, going for these islands. Both players decided to not make it to these harbors and lock those down, which is something you can do. The black boat can sit in this harbor before your opponent can reach it with an infantry. Okay, get the recon plus infantry strike. Xaroo's just attacking on in here. It will be covered, backed up. Oh, that was a base skip. Wait a second. Oh, I see. Black Mage built Battlecopter plus Anti-Air to deal with this Battlecopter. And that required a double base skip. Which, I was talking about how the unit count matters a lot for the Luxios. You really wouldn't want to do something like that. You have double comm tower, so this will always kill. Entry. Xaroo decides to attack this black boat. Out of range of both of these anti-airs. I don't know if you'd want to attack the black boat, because that's just giving charge. A charge advantage. Oh, Xaroo's also Kindle at this point. Oh, that's why this killed in one shot, is because it's Kindle, not max. Attacking from the lab, so that was a guaranteed kill. Okay. Bring through, starts going for this capture. Does expose the anti-air to this tank. okay. We're just trying to make up for some losses. Some pretty good attacks. Makes this copter have a very awkward time. We did have the artillery built by Xaroo, which can be very awkward when you have a tag team with Max, your Kindle Max. Because now when you switch up to Max, your artillery gets really sad. Okay, so this anti-air is not going to be happy. He gets beat up by this tank. A triple comm tower tank. Luckily, it's not a Max tank. It's just a Kindle tank. But this anti-air does end up covering it against the copter that's built. It does go for the lab capture. That seems really weird to me. Could have gone for recon and infantry strike over here with the recon attacking from the top. That's okay. Another copter being built. Barely out of range thanks to this forest. And this tank sitting here. Okay. Black Mage is down by a lot of income. 5k while having to also try and afford copter buys and the like. Looks like this copter went and hit a pipe seam. That's why these are stacking. His pipe seams are coded as buildings, so the action of hitting them is not recorded in the replay often. So it'll just kind of be reset, or not reset, but demonstrated at the end of the turn that it happened. Okay, we have the tank over here. It is. Looks like it hit. It hit this pipe seam. Xaroo did get this lab. That's pretty scary. There's just this lab left. If Black Mage loses this, then is GG. So Xaroo's not, at least not openly eyeing this lab. Starts moving down here, just trying to take some more properties. Is defending this lab from potential strikes. The anti-air is holding off this copter while this copter holds off this copter. You can see how many anti-airs have been built by Black Mage just to deal with, at the time it was a single copter. This map does seem to have, this map does seem to have some turn advantage issues with that first copter buy being so strong. We do have Black Mage resigning at that point. I think that's, I mean, it's a little early, but at the same time, I understand, because 1 comm tower to 3 and down 5k income is not the kind of position I would like to be playing from either. It's definitely not easy. But we didn't even get to see the luck roll. I probably would have gone for a lucky star turn first, just to see if I somehow lucked through to like a whole bunch of vehicle kills or something. But that's not super likely. Like, you could do like anti-air. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. This copter can't reach this copter, so it wouldn't be the greatest of attacks. If you want to submit a replay, you can go on to Discord. The advanced words by Discord and send me a direct message using the zip file you get when you press download on your game. So GG. We didn't really get to see so much Nell stuff, but we did get to see this map being absolutely dominating with that first copter forcing all those anti-air buys. It's better to counter their first vehicle with your second, not your first. Yeah, it's just in this case the copter's so close. But yeah, you on mixed based especially, you can't really counter the copter on by, as we saw, because the copter can just go somewhere else. You have to force it to commit somewhere. Yeah, they did that because the copter, if you build the anti-air after the copter chooses its side, the copter gets to attack, which is just something you're going to have to accept, which is unfortunate. But that's just because of the positioning of the airport that causes that. It's just like in the center. Okay. Able to threaten so many fronts at the same time. We've got Neverlocke versus MiniNini on a Love Supreme. Okay. I think this is probably sent in by Neverlocke. It might have been sent in by MiniNini. Although I don't know if MiniNini, his name is always fun to say, has sent in a game. I think I've just seen them in a lot of games that have been sent in. Face to the left, face to the right, baby go. So this is a Love Supreme. It is kind of the same map as Celeste with a slight... I mean, it looks different, but it kind of plays the same. And it has kind of the same setup with the bases. And the one base of the airport over here. The HQ is more vulnerable on this one, though. As a Celeste fanboy, you will have me retract those words. Okay, so this is essentially Celeste, except they did take away the comm tower. So it is going to be a little bit... Took away the comm tower that made the HQ more vulnerable. I'm not actually sure which came first. It could be that Celeste is like a Love Supreme. But you have the same setup with your bases and the airport's positioning. I think this one is older. Okay. The Celeste is based off of this map then. Okay, artillery are going to be really strong. There's some pretty strong recon harassment that the double base can do against the single base to try and stop these oh my gosh, but forward captures and or the middle from being captured very easily. You're often going to see this copter being built to try and defend these properties. Oh, there we go, we have MiniNini going for an early recon. And Neverlocke is responding with a mech buy. Ooh. That's pretty fancy. So this infantry, unfortunately, cannot go for these captures now. In fact, it probably should have moved back in response to the recon being bought. I mean, it can go for these captures. It will just get hit for it. Because the mech won't be able to cover it in time, and then the tank buy will also not be able to cover it in time. Oh, I see. But the idea is to overload the recon. It now has to choose between which infantry it would like to harass. Okay. Then we have an artillery being built from Neverlocke, which is pretty scary because this base does kind of have choke points around these mountains. And you're going to have a lot of infantry coming from your 2 base. And that can work very well in conjunction with artillery kind of lock areas down. Just the infantry get in the way of things attacking the artillery, and then the artillery decides to stop stuff from like capturing or hitting other things. As is. Looks like MiniNini is going to try and press the issue on the left-hand side, going with this nice recon strike, following up with a tank, and then kind of ignoring the artillery by so far. The artillery will take some time to actually get into a scary position. And MiniNini also decided to hit this infantry, this capturing infantry, rather than this one. I agree with this move. And the reason why is because this property is a lot easier to just kind of take after they've finished capturing. Where this one, not very likely that you'll be able to take it because tanks and copters being built can interrupt you on build. You have another artillery over here to try and defend this one base area, which will work pretty well for as kind of like attacking over here, defending over here, using your artillery with the mountains, much like with the map Celeste, will work very effectively. Okay, so MiniNini decides to kill off the infantry. That will cost this recon its life, because the mech is a Lash mech and will have plus 30% firepower when attacking from this city. Ooh, we have double recon follow-up. So I do really like recons in standard. I don't like this move from MiniNini. The idea being that the recons are pretty strong against if they hit artillery, and they're pretty good at harassing infantry and mechs. If they get first strikes on mechs, of course. But this is going to quickly devolve into having to fight around these choke points and mountains, and that's where you'd really like to have an artillery backing up this attack. And then over here, getting a mech might, kind of similar to what Neverlocke did, might be a good idea to try and keep this artillery away from zoning you using these mountains very effectively, and then the mech would just be there to threaten stuff away from your mountains. And then you'd probably have to get either some like copters and artillery, that kind of thing, to try and hold this area. I would be fine with if you were in this on this map, just not even going for this capture and instead walking over here and starting to go for these central cities, because these will be a lot easier to hold. The 2 base has a pretty fast track to going for this property, and it's really tough for this lone base to hold it other than using like an artillery way back here. So usually I would prefer to go for captures that I can hold early on. Otherwise you can get into really awkward situations where you spend turns going for a capture and then you just immediately lose it, and your opponent gets a nice econ lead over you. This infantry should just run away. Heal up on that city. So yeah, like in this case, look at how vulnerable this property is. It just kind of makes itself a target. It's a very gutsy little infantry pressure over here. I think that was finishing a capture. Otherwise, he just stumbled into artillery range. Okay. So on your 1 base side, you really don't want to... We kind of saw this in a different game. You really don't want to use your infantry aggressively, because if your opponent trades out infantry with you 1-to-1 and then starts building vehicle infantry, you have to respond vehicle to their vehicle, and then they just will overwhelm you with infantry. You want to preserve as many infantry as you can. Your 1 base side. Or you're going to very quickly find yourself running into trouble. And like in this case, you'd much prefer that they hit your infantry on the city, so it's at a healthier amount. Unless MiniNini really didn't want to pay those repair costs. But at the same time, you don't really want to give your opponent the choice. So yeah, you can see this is why you wouldn't want to go for the city. Neverlocke invested in early infantry going for this capture, then lost that infantry, and then loses the city. If the infantry instead goes back here, starts capturing these cities, goes over into the middle, starts capturing these cities, it's much safer instead of being like directly in front of these bases. So you're more likely to be able to actually keep the city capture, and you probably will even get to keep your infantry, rather than getting like 2k off of this city and then losing it. Over here, MiniNini really needs to stop attacking into the infantry. Like, hit the artillery, it doesn't super matter. And then the infantry are really exposed, just being picked off and traded. I like what they're doing over here, making sure to put a lot of pressure on this base, and you can see what it's been doing, right? They killed off just like 2 infantry, and then it's been forcing vehicles out of this one base. So now the foot soldier count is really low over here. So you would think that MiniNini would be recognizing that the foot soldier count matters a lot for the one base. It wouldn't be kind of attacking in here. That's okay. Yep, city gets flipped. And the mech gets taken out, and then this foot soldier gets taken out, and now there's just a single one over here. The artillery gets hit. I'm a little bit iffy on that, but there's some nice follow-up with these double tanks. The artillery can fire, and then this one can move, and then this tank can kill this tank off while still being covered by this artillery. But it's definitely worth it, considering it killed off a mech as well. And an infantry. Okay, now MiniNini is starting to preserve these guys, which is really good. But then still just built an infantry. And you have the tank versus tank strike. That's not great for Neverlocke here. The problem with this attack is that MiniNini is Andy. So these guys living is going to haunt Neverlocke for sure. They could also sacrifice themselves in to allow for some really scary attacks. Like, I think you could go 4, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, I guess you can't. These guys can't quite reach. But if these tanks could reach, you could attack with the 4 health and then the 3 health, and that would get this low enough to get a tank kill here, and then the recons can follow through. Not that Andy would probably ever do that. You just preserve these guys for your super, which is coming up pretty quick. So we do have the attack coming in over here from Neverlocke, getting some nice attack boosts from being Lash attacking from mountains and backing this up with artillery. Also, getting kind of close to potentially taking the HQ. You have a copter buy over here. Okay, so we have the strike over there. 4 health kills this off, and this infantry is going to get picked off. That's the very last foot soldier on the entire left-hand side for Neverlocke. MiniNini is being very aggressive over here, making sure to overload this artillery. Blue can reach, that's true, Blue can reach the HQ with the forbidden tactics. That's very true. With the forbidden technique. In this case, this infantry is now keeping it safe for now. Neverlocke attacks these guys. Gotta be careful. When positioning against Andy, because Andy can go for very, very aggressive plays in order to generate charge. And if you can get really caught off guard because it does give +1 to move, like an anti-air would be able to kill this copter in this case. And the reason Andy can, of course, go for very aggressive plays is because if he like attacks a tank against a tank on the city, it's like a negative trade for the most part. But then Andy gets to use his super after he gets the charge, and he heals back up to full. So no punish there for Andy. Although I don't think it's going to be possible in this situation. There are some attacks like available on this copter, for instance, that Andy could do to get charge. So maybe you have like a tank strike here. Probably tank strike on the planes. And then there would be a tank strike right here against the copter and a recon strike against the copter. And then once this super hits, then this would heal back up to full after it's repaired to 5. And then it would be able to kill off this tank on the city. We'll see if MiniNini can actually make it to the super. But it looks pretty scary because the anti-air would kill this copter, and then this tank would be able to kill this artillery. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure you'd quite able to reach it. You'd have to use the calculator of truth. Looks like not possible because the recon's not being used to attack the copter. How much does MiniNini need? Like 18k? Or no, like 16k. Oh, that's probably doable then. But that might take like sacrificing the 4 health tank entirely. MiniNini is really good, so I'm going to trust that MiniNini looked at it and saw it wasn't possible. Okay, it was very nice killing off these units over here. Now it's MiniNini who's down to very few foot soldiers on the weak side. Now there's nothing really that's going to be available to contest these captures. This is where having foot soldiers and artillery is really scary. Now it's tough for these vehicles to really do anything to save these captures without getting punished by indirects. Lots of copters being built by Neverlocke. They're all kind of grouped together way in the back. They're actually grouped together way in the back in range of the anti-air. They went after the recon, which was covered. A little weird. We have a bomber built by MiniNini. Okay. Bomber's idea is to kill the anti-air once it kills the copter. Don't have an Andy super, okay. Don't go in to kill the copter. It is a pretty well-guarded copter. There goes our last foot soldier for MiniNini over here. Gonna need that works, yeah. You're going to need some blockers, but that is enough because there isn't actually a way to kill off this 4 health infantry while letting the tank get through and killing this 3 health guy. So very good blocking from Neverlocke. The vehicle pressure is starting to build up on this one base side pretty nicely. Okay, the copter was built within range of the anti-air. I think MiniNini's trying to get the anti-air to expose itself to be killed by the bomber, like desperately so. There's a backup anti-air built by Neverlocke very wisely. The rule of thumb for how many anti-airs you want to build against the number of copters is to have one less than them. Or no, it's 1/2 rounded up. There it is. To have half the anti-airs as the number of copters rounded up. So if they have 3 copters, you get 2 anti-airs. If they have 2 copters, you have 1 anti-air. That's kind of a per front situation. I don't know what the calculations were that went into that rule of thumb, but that is the general rule of thumb. Exceptions do apply. Very nice front switch from Neverlocke here. I thought this was set up so the bomber would kill it. What? I do not like what MiniNini is doing here. So the awkward thing about this is MiniNini is kind of forcing themselves to use the super next turn, potentially. The idea is the anti-air hits your bomber kills the anti-air, and then you can use your anti-super to heal it up. You now have 10 anti-air for 1 copter. You know, sometimes that works. Anti-air decides just not to hit the bomber and falls back, covered by its buddy, the fellow anti-air. Ooh. Well, if Andy wasn't Andy and instead Sammy with a victory march, then this would be clearable. No, this is still clearable because there's this copter. So there's copter kills infantry, tank kills anti-air, or bomber kills anti-air. It's a little bit sketchy of an approach from Neverlocke. Doesn't even take the anti-power. Yeah, the anti this is a reach, but there could be a potential surround. These units are really far back. And APC being built. Okay. Tanks moving forward, making sure to... Never mind not making sure to stay out of artillery range. I think that was just a little bit of a miscalculation. Just like a misclick to not notice the range of that artillery. I don't think an anti-stealth is incoming. Prime tactics. What does the prime tactics unlock? I guess there's a strike from here. Ooh. It does unlock a really annoying block on the base. Join cap, sure. Yeah, that was a weird play by MiniNini. Not locking the base. Is sort of trapping the bomber in. Okay. Well, let's see what MiniNini does here. It's looking like a really tough situation for sure. There's still 2 turns to capture on this HQ. There's a lot of nasty tanks over here. Oh, what? Why'd the bomber kill it? Probably take out the tanks, but I guess it doesn't super matter because, I mean... No, I think you do have to take out the tanks. I think the idea is it just takes 1 tank to deal with the anti-air anyway. But yeah, anyway, as I mentioned before, this map does have a very vulnerable HQ. It looks like Neverlocke is going to be able to just get this HQ cap because the copters can cover the squares you fly from. Fighter gets pinned in. How annoying. Oh, interesting. So it's gonna be instead a creation of like a wall to stop the bomber from being able to come around and hit from this river tile. I'm going to assume that this will work out. I mean, it looks very scary. Oh no, the fighter, yeah. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So you do have to free the fighter. Which isn't too hard. You can just use the anti-air. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So you do have to go anti-air kills, infantry. You have to use your power. I think, maybe not. Probably will use the super. Fighter kills, battlecopter. Battlecopters kill tank. Bomber hits infantry. And then you get to kill these battlecopters off. This actually is looking not too bad. I mean, it's still very scary for sure. It does mean that your bomber is vulnerable to this anti-air. Probably use the power first. I'm sure it was just guaranteed though, it's fine. I assume you have to kill this. Oh, there's a mech. Okay, I guess you can kill that too. Okay. I think that might have been a slight misplay, but we'll see what these tanks do. Go for the hit on this capture. Wasn't a way, apparently. I guess there wasn't a way to stop the anti-air from reaching the bomber. It's very unfortunate. I don't think the B-copter needs to kill the infantry on the HQ. That was the misplay I was thinking. Because if you don't do that, the battlecopter can go here, and then it can hit this tank or kill off this tank, whatever you want to do. And the nice thing about that is it stops this anti-air from hitting your bomber. Which I think would be better. As is the bomber does. Ooh, it lives at 1. Wow, even with plus... That must have been a roll. That's a Lash anti-air attacking from an HQ. There's no comm tower. So plus 40%. But still. That bomber survived at 1, which is huge because the next anti-super, that becomes a 6 health bomber. Okay, this is a very scary and annoying lock. Got a good hit over here. Now, usually when you go for an HQ cap and you fail, you kind of just instantly lose the game because you have to expose yourself so much to go for the HQ cap. It looks like in this case, Neverlocke is still very much in it, despite having a failed HQ cap. It's it does have 10% defense because Andy had a power. Which I think was just enough to keep it alive. Bomber's not seeking to preserve itself. Okay. Or I guess it is. The anti-air can't actually reach. Falling back. The one base side from Neverlocke. Pushing forward, getting captures. MiniNini forced into infantry falling really far back with the mechs trying to cover them. This fighter, for MiniNini, this fighter should be definitely either being a really annoying blocker or kind of aggressively chasing down this copter, because there's no real fear for this fighter unless it gets trapped of this anti-air strike when you're Andy, because that just gives you a lot of charge. Exactly. Andy should offer the fighter to the HQ anti-air. Well, maybe not with a super, but like, I guess there isn't an opportunity here to quite do it. But if Andy like killed off this artillery, then you can like put the fighter here. Fighter could go up here and be a blocker. That kind of thing. It shouldn't be scared. It needs to. It's an Andy fighter. It gets to be very aggressive, so long as it doesn't just get surrounded by 4 infantry. Okay. You have a mech strike. We have 2 mech strikes over here. Although one is a Lash super tank on a city, which isn't the best thing to try and take out. But this one's pretty good. Hover flies on over. Recon blocks the anti-air in. Unfortunately, can't kill off this infantry. It's still blocking this base very effectively. Again, this fighter, I mean, it's being used as a blocker here to protect the anti-air, I think, which is good. The other thing is, I would have it first probably chase down this battlecopter, because that's just going to be really annoying for your double base to deal with. Especially because your double base is currently doing nothing but building mechs. It's pretty rare that you see a single base put so much pressure on the double base quite so effectively. Oh, very close to just losing it. What's that? Oh, that killed the infantry, dang. No comm tower needed. Neverlocke's taking out that 2 base, I know. That's not something you see every day. You have some mech strikes going in here, and then followed up by a hyper upgrade. Heal up this bomber. Heal off this infantry. Take out the anti-air. Nice. Got that tank. Looking good. Let's start whittling down this anti-air. Oh. The APC guy killed off before I could refuel this bomber. It's very unfortunate. Really wanted to kill that anti-air, okay. Tank built over here. And the fighter is starting to chase down this copter. That was a very, very good Andy super. guess the bomber is probably going to fly back and sit on the airport. Either that or another APC is going to be built. You can see how long it took to even go back for this capture, even when the vehicles were able to push so far forward. Look at that. It was a very good Andy super. Pretty much nothing got hit except for this infantry afterwards. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That does not reach. The mech spam held the line. With artillery. Okay, that's good. Fighter came on over. Tanks can build over here. The 2-base side is no longer going to let itself just get bullied around like this. The bomber decided not to move. Gonna chill here, slowly run out of fuel. Has one shot. I mean, it's worth saving, for sure. I don't think it's worth necessarily building an APC for, but I would send it. I would move it like down over here on that turn. Potentially threatening to hit a Neo tank, and it's also threatening to just refuel itself at the airport. As is, it's going to be in a world of hurt if it's just chilling here. Okay. Moved back. Don't know why. If you're going to move back, I would again suggest that you move back. Well, I guess it can't make it there anymore, can it? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah. It had to move last turn because now it has exactly the fuel distance to this airport, but it takes 2 turns, so it drains 2. It won't make it. So it had to do it exactly last turn. Now it's in trouble. APC will have to be built. Nap no port. I know you can't build a black boat. Oh, Neverlocke is attacking through. Build the artillery. Okay. Let's let the copters survive. I was unconvinced that MiniNini could hold this area. Which I'm not so sure about. I think MiniNini could probably hold this off. Surprised the bomber went for a tank, but that worked out. It's F4 fuel. Don't know why the fighter is moving now. This is like a prime situation that the fighter can be used as a blocker. No APC is built, so this is a dead bomber. Rest in peace. It did a great job. MiniNini resigned. I think MiniNini could have held that. I think for the future, getting a little more used to how aggressively you can use your fighter when you're Andy. Bomber never crashed. That's true. That's why they resigned. But that was a heck of a game. Barely held the HQ. GG. Okay, King Rex. You ready? King Rex here. Yay! Lost and Found 11 versus King Rex. From Wharf So Wild. King Rex, you've been playing on this map quite a bit. A Rex replay. Got Kindle versus Drake. So this is a spicy pick to choose Drake here. The airport is very important. This is your first serious game versus Lost and Found. Ooh. If you're Green Earth, we'll have to make Lost and Found like red? Green and red? Think that'll work? Drake actually works on this map? I would imagine Kindle can just bully it. I mean, you're right. Red green is the bad one. I mean, there's different types of color blindness. Okay, we'll do brown, I guess. Yeah, red green is one of them. So that would be really bad. We will do green brown instead. I don't think that's gonna work out. Okay. The airport's really strong on this map. And Kindle and there's a lot of fights over these cities, so Kindle's gonna have a nice situation here. Looks like Lost and Found is going for maybe some early pressure on this city. As Drake, okay, not doing so, going here and then bailing and going for these backwards captures rather early. I would prefer going for this capture first, I think. I'm not against this. We found out they play unconventionally. For people that don't know, Lost and Found, also known as Jake Man, also known as Risen, is one of the prolific map makers of Advanced Wars by Web. No recon harassment coming from Lost and Found, which I would probably agree with. Okay, so it looks like both players are going to go for the backwards captures a little early. That's fine. These captures aren't going to be interruptible. It just means that they won't be as active to fight on the front, potentially, as they could be. Fine. King Rex did not build any vehicles last turn, so saving up for potentially a battlecopter to contest this property. Lost and Found goes for a very, very fast, as fast as possible, transport copter. The tank. Well, that's quite the build. So I'm not quite sure what the job of the transport copter is going to be. I would assume it is to get more presence on the far left side, because that's oftentimes a weak point on this map. Then we have a battlecopter built for King Rex. Could also unlock some mech plays. We have the boost. Okay, it does look like it's going to be to have more presence on the left-hand side, and probably mechs later on. Ooh, didn't build a tank. Had the money, didn't build a tank because they're saving up, I assume, for an anti-air, but I could get an anti-air as well. So I don't know why they didn't get the tank. I guess they just went more. Fine. Okay, so not going to have much of a fight going on in the center here. They're falling back a bit. Lots of infantry from King Rex moving over to the left as as are for Lost and Found. But on the right-hand side here, we can see Lost and Found has an infantry advantage in the unit count here. Lost and Found decides to go for an overload play on this copter. It can either go kill this infantry or it can stop this capture. And then doesn't build an anti-air. Well, that's very spicy. Just builds a copter over here, trying to potentially sack the right-hand side for the left-hand side. Okay. I like it. It's very fancy. I don't think it's going to work because KingRex actually does have quite a bit of stuff on the left-hand side right now. You don't like this. The T-Copter is already having to be used as a blocker. It would have much preferred to go pick up the mech. It is what it is, and the anti-air is now. This is just being used to tie down the copter for another turn. Okay, there it goes for this capture. Does try and kill off or attack the transport copter. I mean, that looks pretty darn safe to go for. This does mean, since the transport copter is injured, it's no longer going to be able to be used as a blocker for the rest of the game. It'll go back to just being a transport, which is what it would prefer to do anyway. You have the Drake copter getting very aggressive, and another Drake copter to follow it up. Over here, these anti-airs didn't actually get answered. They got answered with a copter, which is a little bit awkward. Tank coming over here would have been really annoying for Lost and Found to deal with. Because copter plus tank is really tough for lone base to counter, because it can either build like a tank to fight the tank or an anti-air to fight the copter, but not both on one turn. So usually you want to hit them with that mixed composition. KingRex is now moving the tank over. It's just going to be a little late. The anti-air is going to be able to get some space. Although KingRex does very nicely block this infantry from potentially harassing. Although I don't think that would be a great harass from Lost and Found anyway. In which case, it's not great that the copter went over here. It's a little bit isolated, although it does kind of threaten this. He would prefer to kind of switch away from the double anti-airs. Okay, we have the mech being brought over. A nice place in the mountains. Single tank strike on this infantry. There isn't great follow-up or the counterattack for KingRex here, because there's only the single tank. So this tank does serve as a very nice wall with really strong backup. KingRex is actually behind by 2k income, which I would not have expected, but is up in the unit count to compensate. And does start swapping the copters out of here. Okay, as long as one copter is along with this fight, things will be good. So if this game kind of stalls out, then Lost and Found is going to be really happy, because Drake's super, of course, performs really well in that regard. It's looking like it's starting to stall out, and that's exactly what Lost and Found would like to have happen. KingRex will be evening up the income pretty soon here. Oh my gosh. We have a Drake stealth. That's not something that I usually vouch for, because the stealth's main advantage is that it gets to use its admittedly not great firepower to get some attacks without being able to be countered. There isn't like an APC currently, but this is a small map, and the stealth, if nothing else, is just going to be a really annoying blocker. And it can still be used to get those 2-hit KOs even at 80% firepower. We like stealth with Kindle much more. Single Kindle anti-air nearly 1-hit KOs fighters when on properties. That's true. KingRex makes sure to save enough money for a fighter on the next turn. Here you can see the stealth is being used as a really annoying wall. We do have the obligatory APC to follow up the stealth. Now this is a small map, which will help the stealth, so it doesn't have to burn a ton of fuel just trying to get to the front. As you can see, it got to the front right away. It's even going to potentially get an attack if it wants to before the fighter can show up. Oh my god, we have double stealth from Lost and Found. That's very aggressive. The stealth is sneaking its way out onto the middle. I really like this placement. Okay, I don't like it as much anymore, but I really liked it before because it was I mean, it's still fine. It's in a spot where you wouldn't expect it to be used as a blocker. Like, you would expect it to be used like here maybe, or like here. Like over here, like empty chunks in the wall. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot invested into stealths for Drake, for sure. And that would cause you to expect Kindle to be able to get some pressure elsewhere. It looks like the mech production is actually holding the lines very effectively. So now begins your long counter efforts. The opponent cannot see the stealths while they're hidden. They are invisible. Unless they have a unit next to them, or the stealth lands on one of these cities. They do slow down the game a bit, yeah. Well, they can. Sometimes you build a stealth and your opponent immediately attacks you. But that wasn't quite possible for KingRex. Okay, we have a fighter per stealth, so that does mean that Lost and Found isn't like having an overt amount of investment in the stealths in comparison to KingRex. And this is looking like it's stalling the game. Oh, we have an attack over here for KingRex. Does break through. Oh, so close to oh, that does reach. Oh, I thought it didn't reach. Oh no, poor Lost and Found. KingRex finds it. He figured out where it was, yeah. Very, very bad news for Lost and Found. A very good attack by KingRex. You might have seen, I haven't seen it before. Lost and Found is crying, yeah. That's one stealth down. That hurts a lot. Now it's time to attack. The copter has to run away. They brought up they bought a backup stealth, yeah. Well, this is very scary because now King Rex has kind of occupied this entire area and the fighter is even locking down this airport. So what King Rex could do, still is start building stealths of his own. And it'll be very tough for Lost and Found to really deal with that. Does find an attack over here. Not super convinced it's a great attack. We'll find out. I really don't like how this APC has been following this stealth around. Black boat by. Okay. That's a weird buy. There might be some future plans going on there. Or it might be to try and bluff that the stealth ran over to the left. I thought the stealth moved there and then waited a turn. I could be wrong. Yeah, it waited a turn. It was trying to hide in plain sight. Okay, so King Rex is probably going to go for a high society in order to have a really good breakthrough over here. It's actually a pretty devastating high society. Because it's going to reveal the stealth. But the idea behind the high society that I was thinking is it lets the copter and the tank and the copter kill this anti-air guaranteed. It might not be what we end up seeing. Does reveal the stealth has been revealed in a very gutsy location. It looks like there aren't two things that can hit this APC, so it won't get killed here. It looks like we're not going to have a high society. Which is fine. Drake. Lost and Found is, I assume, going to use the Drake super here. Things are looking really dire. To stop the port cap. Port cap's not happening forever. Okay, we have a Typhoon. Did 50,000-ish? It's a lot of damage. We have an attack over onto the left here, which is looking pretty nice. The Battlecopter is getting taken down by these anti-airs. Hey, protect the anti-air. Make sure it's going to be hit from one side of these injured tanks. Okay, stealth moves this way. You do get to see it in the direction it moved away from your unit. So, and then see that it didn't go here. So, King Rex cannot know that it went here and here. So, you can be pretty sure it actually went over in this direction. Unless it went straight back. nice counter push coming down this right-hand side by Lost and Found. Looking pretty good. That was a huge swing in value. Ended up being just equal in unit count, but did... did 70,000? Yeah, 70,000 damage. Very nice. Overall, we have an Urban Blight from King Rex. Making sure. Oh, there was another black boat built. This. I can't support that. I'm not quite sure why Lost and Found is so worried about that harbor. Stealth gets revealed. Taken out by the fighter. Oh, it wasn't a full health stealth. It took 3 because it was on the city. You bet everything. The stealth was between the 2 tanks. I mean, it makes sense. Doesn't even give charge. Yeah, that's why you don't want to put your stealth in kind of obvious places. I really like Lost and Found's opening, but the stealths did kind of get torn apart here. King Rex, Master Stealth Hunter. No 3-bar charge for you. I know, it's rough. Okay, so both stealths have been taken out. Lost and Found does still have this attack on the right-hand side. But man, there's... I don't think the stealths ever attacked. They just got built, flew around, and died. Is that right? Maybe there was one attack. Right. Tank moves back. Lost and Found trying to get some compensation on this right-hand side. Kind of trying to swap corners after all this. They have a really hard time winning any fight, though, because double black boat investment. And both stealths getting an anti-air first strike over here. We have a sacrifice for an Urban Blight. Does delay these captures. Super delays the captures. Back in here, making sure to block off access for the anti-air from airport production there. Aren't there 2 fighters? I must have missed one of the fighters going down. Unless they've already been joined together. I don't think they have. Well, Tank decides to sit on the airport. Like a punk. Oh, it died right here. These 2 anti-airs. Lost and Found does free the airport. The tank and an artillery. Still trying to stall this out, which is looking mighty difficult. I don't like that attack. I assume something's going to block this city so that the copter can't just one-shot it. No. Okay, well, I think Lost and Found is going to lose very soon. With the interrupt, down goes the copter. And yeah, big old breakthrough. We have a battleship. I think this is a bit of an aggressive GG battleship. It doesn't even cover this tank. We are at 22k income to 16. I think the Blackboats got joined together. There goes the tank. Still trying to keep these captures up. Very aggressive pick off in the center here. Medium tank bot. Okay. Still trying to hold this down. Might be just trying to leverage this battleship to be like, well, that is a big investment for you, so maybe I can stall this game out. The BM ship, yeah. We have another sacrifice. I don't think that sacrifice is needed, but that's okay. Another sacrifice. Oh my gosh, King Rex is sacrifice happy. In this case, it doesn't work out. We have double APC. Okay. Deal with, of course, the fuel drain. Yeah. I got the impression you were hoping to take out the tank there. But this is a good point to mention. If you're in a winning position, such as King Rex is right here, you just don't go for luck rolls ever. Ever. Because the advantage you can get, unless you're about to win, well, even if you're about to win the game off of it, the advantage you get from getting this luck roll is like minimal. It's like going from I'm going from winning to winning slightly more, and then the cost for failing the luck roll can be detrimental because you can lose your winning positions. Even if it's like a 90%, it's like, why are you risking losing your winning position over a 90%? I don't know what the roll here was in this case, but the battleship immediately covers the bottom right. It was the only option, in your opinion, huh? I think these were already covered. And also, it's going to take 14 turns for a city to pay off the battleship. I have not heard of the writer's strike that's coming up. Get some nice Drake super here. Still down by a lot of income though. That's a good solid Drake super. It does also make sure that this medium tank can be really aggressive. Okay, well, the battleship is going to do its job here. I'm surprised this mech actually went in here. I guess it doesn't. Yeah, I was gonna say you could use the infantry to block here, but they can just move the blackbird out. The vehicles through. The fighter will block instead. That seems a little. I mean, it will open up the opportunity for them to start building from the airport, but I guess I could do so anyway. I guess a 6 health fighter will. No, it will still die. I think. Full health anti-air. Breakthrough. Continued pressure on this city. The Lost and Found is starting to get some traction back despite being down 8k in income. Although King Rex does have some very easy ways of holding this city. There's always Urban Blight. There's just units around in general. The battleship steps forward. Medium tanks being built. A 5 health copter decides to go in. Okay. The medium tank spam. It's going to be pretty tough for Lost and Found to deal with medium tank spam at 15k income. But artillery spam can somewhat... Oh, whoa. Looks like Lost and Found just ended their turn, in I assume in GG. You're welcome on the anti-reverse anti-air advice. I don't remember what that was, but... Oh, I see. It got busy and lost interest and timed out. They were doing a... Lost and Found was doing a really good job crawling that game back. We have a high society. Nasty breakthrough. All these units are going to get... I guess it wasn't even that nasty of a breakthrough. Yeah, you would have won. Lost and Found times out. GG. I mean, you're up 8k. I don't see Lost and Found being able to get any of this money back. They've been kind of forced to build nothing but vehicles because this is, of course, base light. So they were about to run out of infantry. But that was quite the game. I kind of like Lost and Found's opening there. Very fast stealth. They were starting to do stuff. I'm gonna call the stream there. I hope everyone enjoyed. There is a Patreon if you would like to help support. So here is your apple, and thanks for watching, everybody. 2 stealths and a battleship. Good night.
It's Go7, king of the penguins. Of all the penguins, he is king. It's Go7, king of the penguins. Being king of the